Prova. Se ci accomodiamo, tra qualche istante iniziamo. Grazie mille. Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning. Good morning to all those who are with us in this beautiful hall, Sala Depero, and good morning to all those who are with us by streaming. My name is Giuseppe Bonora. I'm a journalist. I'm particularly interested in the automotive industry. Thank you so much for asking me to moderate and guide this debate organized by Fondazione Unipolis, belonging to Unipol, and by the European Transport Safety Council with the support of the Municipality of Trento, Province of Trento, and in collaboration with the agency UnipolSai Atlante. This event has been included in the official calendar of the European Commission for the week events on mobility. Now, the title of the conference is City Flows. So the city flows and evolves. And this morning we will tackle a very important issue for safety and the environment. a topic which is very much debated, and I'm referring to 30 kilometers per hour as a limit for the whole city or for some areas of the city. Those, for example, which are close to hospitals, schools, clinics, and then narrower streets where it is compulsory to drive slowly, otherwise you cannot go ahead. So, in terms of this objective, what we need is a scientific, realistic approach and not an ideological one. What is important is that today's conference has been included in the European Week of Mobility, which will continue until the 22nd of this month. So, in this debate, in this conference, we will have Italian speakers, international speakers. Some of them will be connected online. So after Siracusa 2023, still organized by Fondazione Unipolis, what we want to do is to tackle the issue of 30 kilometers speed in the cities, and this with a view to organizing traffic in a better way. So we will give the floor to experts, psychologists. We will compare experiences also in Spain and Brazil. So we will try to give answers to all those who are still asking themselves whether 30 kilometers is more reassuring or whether there is more stress, hence the presence of some psychologists with us. So let's start this debate. I would like to call to the floor Claudio SOINI, President of the Council of the Autonomous Province of Trento. So this is a beautiful hall, Sala Depero. Thank you so much for hosting us here. Well, Sala Depero was inaugurated in 1956 with this great Trentino artist, Depero, who was one of the most important artists of 1900. And it's a very important hall, and it's a pleasure to host you. Well, I would like to convey to you the greetings of the Provincial Council. I say hello to Mayor YANNISELLI, Mr. FEDERICI, and all the authorities, and all of you. So thank you so much for inviting me. Well, I will not be a speaker at your conference, but this meeting is really very interesting. Mobility, which is absolutely important for our communities. So what you will discuss today about the speed limits is something very interesting. So I'm looking forward to listening to the speakers. So mobility, sustainability, environmental, social, economic sustainability. Trentino is an autonomous province, and I think that we have done a lot over the past few years. Much remains to be done, of course, because mobility is very important for people, for our companies, which have to create economy. Well, I give a look at the agenda of your conference, and I see that you give attention also to fragile people. So we need to meet the needs of everybody. So I wish you all the best in this meeting. I'm sure we will have good results. Thank you. Thank you for being here at Sala Depero. Thank you, and congratulations for this splendid place where you decided to host our event. And now Mattia Gottardi, local Minister for Transport at the province of Trento. Good morning. I convey to you the greetings of the Autonomous Province of Trento and its President. Thank you so much to Fondazione Unipolis for choosing Trento as the place for this conference. I would like to say hello to the mayor, the representatives of the various economic categories, the representatives of the police, and also the students who are here with us. I would like to say hello to Councillor Mrs. Segnana, and I apologize if I forgot someone. Thank you so much for including many international speakers. And I go back to what you said in your presentation. The 30-kilometer limit proposed in some areas in Italy and in Europe is a divisive topic, and it is good to discuss about that because that creates a debate. The various solutions proposed and the experts' opinions about this issue, which has an impact on people, on decision makers, on politics, with stances that sometimes are very radical. Well, it's good that we have this type of debate, such a high-level debate in a city like ours and in a province like ours, which is very proud of its special autonomy. And I'm sure that we will be able to find a solution for, above all, for the city of Trento, which is the place where we have a lot of traffic. We have an issue of mobility, and we are looking at the future of this internal mobility. Well, I'm sure that after this morning debate, we will be able to find some innovative solutions, some special solutions, as our autonomy is. So I'm sure that this hall will promote debate, discussion, recalling the futurism and the dynamism of this futurism. Thank you.
Grazie, Assessore Mattia Gottardi. D'ora ovviamente
Thank you. And now the Mayor of Trento, Franco IANESELLI. Good morning, and thank you for hosting us. So, what is important is practical and pragmatism approaches and not to use special instruments just to make money out of those instruments. So these are the issues, safety and health. Well, when Tiziano Wetzer of Agenzia Atlante some months ago told me that there was this idea about organizing this event in Trento, I thought about a couple of things. The first was that we would do that because when the Wetz family proposes something, we always comply with that. And then the other issue is that we thought that it was not too much to host such an event. And this year we hosted the G7 on artificial intelligence, and we host the Festival of Economics. So we're very much used to hosting such important events. And we're happy about that. Some days ago, I had the opportunity to participate in a meeting of the Engineers Association. Well, I have a degree in social sciences, and so I'm very respectful of engineers. But during that morning, I understood that the issue here is to combine infrastructural elements, technical elements with the social behaviors and culture, because speaking about mobility means to speak about how the cultural attitude changes with the change of generations, and also assess the infrastructure that you have to deal with. So I really appreciated your note about the combination of various disciplines. The city of Trento is pretty involved in changes. First of all, because we are working on moving railway traffic out of the city. So we are involved in the building of the Brenner tunnel, which should be ready in 10 years' time. We are building a new distribution hub, and we are testing some 30 kilometers areas. And the idea is to focus on single districts in collaboration with all the citizens. And the point is to see how things will turn out to be. So what I have understood about your meeting, and I thank Fondazione Unipolis, and I appreciate the involvement of various social parts. So this approach should be a data-driven approach, so not to work on the basis of emotions, but on the basis of data. Thank you. Well, these are the days of the Trento Dock Festival, and so I invite you to drink some sparkling wine. Well, we did that yesterday, so we experimented your sparkling wines yesterday. Okay. Now, we invite Alberto Federici, Councillor of Fondazione Unipolis. So to produce social well-being is the slogan at the basis of Fondazione Unipolis. Well, first of all, thank you so much. I would like to thank the representatives of the various institutions and the speakers who are present here, and also the participants. Fondazione Unipolis is a foundation of Gruppo Unipol. It recently redefined its governance and the areas of interest for the next 2 years or 3 years' time. And these are health, mobility, and inequalities. And the objective is to improve the well-being of the community and protect the most fragile people. Well, one of the main areas is mobility, and Fondazione Unipolis was set up more than 20 years ago, and the main objective was road safety. Something that I would give for granted, because we are a foundation coming from an insurance company. So the fact that an insurance company focuses on road safety, well, that's something obvious, of course, because UnipolSai, well, in 2023 managed 470,000 accidents taking place in urban areas, so excluding highways. And there was 1.3 billion money which was given as refunds. So there is a public collective interest in reducing road safety. So that explains why we are so much interested in such topics. So we have organized this second edition of City Flows in collaboration with our agency of Trento, Agenzia Atlante, in Trento, the regional council, and then Unipol Tech, which is our tech company represented by Mrs. Paola Correr, and together with the Transfer City Council, which we have been members of for several years. So cities change, cities modify themselves. So we wanted to invite here some of the most important European international experts so that they could give us their contribution on these topics. And one of the main issues, or rather the issue, the most important issue, is a very divisive topic, as has already been said. We've been very scientific in our approach to this issue because we are interested in whatever can improve mobility and improve road safety. So, of course, we are interested in experiments related to 30 kilometers cities. There are some data that we are studying, and let's see where we will go. I'd like to recall on behalf of the Fondazione Unipol, and right because we are members of the European Transport Safety Council, where we will host the yearly meeting of this council next month in Bologna. And I remind you that next week, on the 25th of September, we will publish the tenders by which we will focus on our activities on health, inequalities, and mobility. So I invite all those who want to collaborate with our Fondazione and want to have access to the Fondazione to look at these tenders and apply for them so that we can work together in order to make our cities safer. Thank you again. I'm sure it will be a very fruitful day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alberto Federici, Managing Director of Foundation Unipolis. We are connected and streaming on the YouTube channel of Unipolis, and I would like to greet all those who are watching us from home or from their offices, and I know that you're very numerous. Very glad about that. I would also like to greet the students of the Rosmini Lyceum. Could you please stand up? Thank you for coming so numerous. You're very important because you are going to be the drivers of the future, so pay a lot of attention to what we're saying here today. Right, let's now move on to our speakers. And I would like to start with Antonio AVENOSO, Executive Director of the European Council for Transport Safety. I would like to ask Antonio AVENOSO to explain to us the role and the function of the European Transport Safety Council, which is a non-governmental body focusing on research. And we know that there is a lot of work to do in this direction. At the end, I will ask you a complex question. Thank you very much. It is an honor for the European Transport Safety Council to have the chance to organize for the second consecutive year City Flows. The objective of my presentation, the purpose of my presentation, is to define the initial framework regarding policies and data about traffic safety in the European Union, so that the following speakers will be able to expand on today's themes. Let me start with some figures. 20,418, this is the number of people who died in road traffic in the European Union in 2023. This is more than 55 people each day. It is as if every 3 days an airplane fell without any survivor. Well, these are the ones that are reported. Maybe there are others that are not reported. Well, regarding deaths, we can say that these figures are reliable. Regarding the wounded, we have an underestimation of the real figures because we have a much higher number than the official data. Right, talking about safety in transport, for sure, the public perception of safety is distorted. We need only think about that picture on the right, on the top. That's the picture of the Boeing 737 Alaskan Airlines that lost one of its doors while it was flying. And the media reported about that. There are many investigations ongoing. Some of those airplane models were then grounded. But if we have a look at the figures, in the Alaska Airlines incident, there were no people dying, no people wounded, but the perception was completely different from what happens on the European roads and streets, where every day 55 people die. But of course, we're not just monitoring the situation. At European level, we have a strategy for road safety for the period 21-30 that, together with the long-term objective, which is 0 road deaths by 2050, we also have a midterm objective, which is that of reducing by 50% the number of road deaths and serious injuries by 2030. So the European Union has also appointed a European coordinator for road safety, Mr. Christian Schmidt, with the purpose of connecting the different fields of the European policies, like the environment, vehicles, mobility, health, and make sure that the different fields can talk to each other and work in a systemic way to improve road safety in the European Union. So we have the objective of reducing by 50% the number of deaths by 2030. So let's have a look at the results obtained in the first years of this 10-year period. This analysis includes 32 countries of the European Union, 27 plus 5, and the European Union has actually reduced the number of deaths by a mere 10%. In other words, we should do much more. And we could do much more. So if you want to be in line with our objective, then we should have cut down the number of deaths by 22% in these first years. But we have achieved a drop by only 10%. If we further expand our analysis to the last 10 years, 2013 to 2023, we can see that as far as deaths and serious wounded individuals, at least in the first years, data have not been encouraging at all. Then, of course, we have this trough due to the COVID pandemics, when our possibility of going out was limited, when we used to work from home. And then, of course, this had repercussions also regarding road safety. Well, this graph can also be broken down according to the different European countries, and none of these countries in the last 10 years has actually managed to cut down the number of deaths by 50%. Poland, 44%, Luxembourg, 42%. But apart from the lack of sufficient reduction, there have been even 4 countries in which deaths have increased. Let's now talk about mortality. That is the number of deaths per 1 million inhabitants. This is a comparison between the European Union mortality in 2023 and in 2013. The colored bars refer to 2023. The empty bars refer to 2013. It is striking to see that there is a 4-fold difference between the safest countries in the European Union, like Sweden, with 22 deaths per 1 million inhabitants, and the least safe ones, such as Bulgaria and Romania, with 82 and 81. If we now look at the comparison between 23 and 2013, we can see that there are 3 countries, namely Spain, Slovakia, and the Netherlands, where mortality in 2023 is higher than in 2013. So far, we have seen the present situation. But even though we still have a long way to go, some progress has been made since 2001. You can actually see the progress. Exactly. If I may ask you a question, is it more difficult to reach the 0 target in terms of deaths, or is it more difficult to reach 0 emissions by 2050, 2030? Wow, do you have a different question? Well, I mean, both targets are really challenging. A colleague of mine said one day, well, I can't wait to reach the year 2050 when there will be no people dying on the roads and we will have 0 emissions. As a matter of fact, targets are not enough. You need to work hard to achieve them. And we have seen that enormous progress has been made in the last 20 years, but we still have a long way to go. The closer we get to the target, the more difficult it becomes to reach it, because every incremental progress becomes more and more difficult. The most recent estimate of the European Union regarding seriously injured individuals is not that reliable. So this is a figure we have. We believe it is underestimated. 2 more slides before concluding. It is important to work at national and at European level with policies that must be ambitious and strict as far as road safety is concerned. At national level, working in the field of 0 deaths, of a safe system, guaranteeing that there are enough funds for road safety, because road safety is an investment and it requires funds. And we need to have numerical targets, but we need to choose measures based on sound evaluations, on scientific analysis, on research. And this brings me back to the 30-kilometer-an-hour areas, which field science and scientific research proves that they are extremely useful in cutting down the number of deaths. At European level, it is very important to make road safety a priority of the new board. This is a very important moment with the new Parliament, the new Commission, and hopefully the new Commissioner, the new members of the European Parliament will recognize that road safety is a significant priority. And I would like to expand on one last point. That is, it is very important to have a European agency for road safety. We need to create this agency because we've seen that there are different levels of safety as far as roads, maritime and air traffic are concerned. And since we have agencies for air safety and maritime safety, we badly need a road safety agency. Amazing that we haven't got such an agency yet. Right, before leaving, Dr. Avenoso, I would like to ask you another question. We have all got used to the driving assistance systems, and we know that there is a lot of talk about these systems and autonomous driving. There is a lot of talk about this in Geneva, but there are many worries. Yes, of course, these systems, ADS systems, can improve road safety, but you always have to remember that there are two different things. One is assisted driving, and the other one is autonomous driving. And at the moment in Geneva, there is a lively debate about the so-called system-initiated maneuvers, maneuvers that are initiated by the system in cars that are not autonomous drive cars, but are assisted drive cars. And if this rule is approved of, the system may decide to overtake without first involving the driver, but the driver is responsible for the driving still. So the driver will have to check the computer. This is something really dangerous in our opinion, and we believe we should pay a lot of attention and discriminate between autonomous and assisted driving systems. We're not against autonomous driving, but we need to differentiate. Thank you. Thank you very much. And congratulations. Very well. Now we have YANNIS, Director of the Department of Planning and Transport Engineering of the Technical National University of Athens. YANNIS comes from Athens. There he is. Thank you for being here. So, YANNIS is one of the most illustrious experts in Europe in terms of road safety and will provide us with an analysis of 30 European cities.
Hello, everybody. I'm very happy to be here, and thank you for inviting me to contribute to this very, very fruitful discussion. We're going to present you today some of our work at the National Technical University of Athens concerning a review of 30 kilometers per hour speed limits, benefits and changes in European cities. In fact, we're going to see some key facts about speeding, the scientific evidence on 30 kilometers per hour citywide schemes, cost-benefit analysis, and a conclusion with, at the end, with a nice campaign. The objective is the critical assessment of the effectiveness of a citywide 30 km per hour speed limit in order to enhance urban sustainability. And we would like to identify changes before and after the implementation of citywide 30 km per hour speed limit in terms of safety, emissions, energy, traffic, livability, and health. So, of course, the main factor is safety, reducing crashes, but there are a lot of important side benefits also. We have carried out meta-analysis, meaning that we reviewed several different studies, 70 studies, from 17 cities in Europe. And we used an established methodology, the PRISMA methodology, with inclusion criteria, where we find out these 70 credible studies to work with. Not all of them were giving the same results, so we worked on, at the end of the day, with the average results. Let's have a quick look about speeding. Why speeding it is such an important issue and critical issue for safety. Speeding is the #1 cause of road crashes. We accept it or not, scientific evidence, scientists, researchers, since always say that the #1 cause of road crashes is speeding, because it increases not only the probability of a crash, but also the severity of a crash. Speed has been found to be a major contributory factor in around 10 to 15% of total crashes and in around 30% of fatal crashes. So you see in severity how important it is, the role of speeding. And speed affects the quality of life of people in the city. When speed increases, the risk of crash and of its severity increases as well. 5% increase in average speed leads to approximately 10% in crashes and 20% in fatal crashes, in fatalities. And pedestrian fatalities increase from 10% in 30 kilometers per hour collisions to 90% in 50 kilometers per hour collisions. So this is why we say we should go from 50 to 30. This is why we say that, yes, if you are a car driver at 50 kilometers per hour, you are very, very safe. But we are not talking about car drivers. We are talking for those who are outside the car, pedestrians, cyclists, e-scooters, motorcyclists, we are saving, as you see, from 90 to 10%. We are saving 80% of fatalities of those people, just by slowing down our cars. Let's see the scientific evidence in 30 kilometers per hour citywide schemes. Most important factor, it is the reduction of road crashes. Reductions in speed limits are intended to improve road safety by decreasing traveling speed and reducing the risk of crashes, as we said. But there is also air pollution reduction. One would say that emissions are not affected too much at the level of a car. This might be true, but what is the most important emissions effect on emissions is the indirect effect. Citywide 30 kilometer speed limit reduce carbon dioxide and nitrous oxide emissions because it reduces car dependency and harmful vehicle emissions that contribute to climate change. So we drive less, we cycle more, we walk more, so there is less emissions. So there is a more important indirect effect than the still important direct effect. We have fuel consumption reduction with smoother traffic flow leading to additional fuel economy. There is more eco-driving and less stop and go. Traffic flow improvement, it sounds strange, but it happens because when we go from one traffic lights to the other, we don't accelerate and decelerate, but we go much more smoothly. So we have also traffic flow improvements, and overall we have a sustainable improvement with calm driving in lower speeds for healthier living for all road users. Even drivers are more calm, less aggressive. They're more healthy by driving at lower speeds. And especially children and the elderly can better walk in the streets, which are now crowded by cars. And it appears that in the midterm, we have more public transport passengers coming, more scooters, more cyclists, so there is a totally new life in the city. We have spotted more than 40 big cities in Europe which are implemented more or less large area or whole city 30-kilometer speed limits. And you see most of them are just before or during and after the pandemic, which they started this 30 kilometers per hour speed limit. There are a lot. There are much more cities at smaller cities. And perhaps there are more that we didn't find, but we're looking all the time. And there you see the main conclusion of our study. This study is having a lot of global recognition. On average, we reduced 30% fatalities from crashes. This is astonishing. My experience for more than 30 years as a road safety expert, I have never seen a single measure having such a big impact, and such a big impact at such a low cost. And in serious injuries, 38%, in road crashes, 23%. You see that there is some improvement in emissions, 18%, 2.5 decibels in noise, fuel consumption, 7%, and traffic congestion, 2%. This is a minimum. And you might see that there are some cities with much higher percentages. I'm putting here the highest values of 63 and 55 reduction in Bristol and Brussels in fatalities. In emissions, 29, 25% in Berlin and Graz. Noise, 3 decibel in Paris and Berlin. You see how important, how many benefits we find in the different cities, because different configurations, different results, but I gave you the average figures. I can give you quickly a cost-benefit analysis example, because always say what we win, what we lose. We examine all this, and what we are winning, they are much, much more than what we are losing. And we have carried out a cost-benefit analysis to implement the 30 kilometers per hour speed limit in Athens. In fact, in the coming weeks, this is going to be a national law in Greece. So that was one of the studies supporting this change in the law. And we have seen that we have taken into account all costs, all benefits, and we see a very high economic net present value and a very high economic rate of return, which fully substantiate the need for 30 kilometers per hour as a speed limit in Athens. We are going to save like this 33 fatalities, which is very, very important for a city which is full of traffic, and we need an improvement on safety, and the respective figures in fuel consumption and emissions. And we have the figures for Greece, and we see that if we implement the 30 kilometers per hour in all cities, this is the study to support the new law, we're going to save 104 fatalities per year out of 635. You see how important it is, just a single measure, to bring such a big benefit, and the respective figures for seriously injured and slightly injured. And in conclusion, let me tell you, citywide 30 kilometers per hour speed limits is a road safety catalyzer. We were waiting for such a measure for years as safety scientists. It is the single road safety measure with such a significant improvement at such a low cost, and with such a high societal impact for such a small change in our habits, because we can go a little bit slower. It's not going to change our life, but we are going to save a lot of lives. And beyond this, the 30 kilometers per hour speed limit, it is more than a simple traffic rule. It is a catalyzer, a game changer for a new road safety culture where we are driving more calm, and we have a much healthy and livable city with pedestrians, cyclists, motorcyclists, scooters, and everybody enjoying life in the city. In conclusion, we have more livable cities. We have significant socioeconomic impact, mainly due to the road crashes reduction, and increase of acceptance day by day and this is one of the reasons of today's conference. Inertia and reactions from car drivers are there, and we need to address them with scientific evidence, as we are doing today. And we need accompanying measures. It's not just a word. We have to work for public consultation and awareness campaigns with public transport and active mobility promotion to accompany the 30 kilometers per hour as an alternative, better transport mode, traffic calming measures, intelligent transportation systems, monitoring and evaluation, enforcement and police cooperation. And with concluding this, I would like to spend one more slide with my personal campaign for the 30 kilometers per hour. So after more than 30 years of dedication to road safety science and several marathon races, I decided to step beyond the continuous scientific players and promote more actively the adoption of citywide 30 kilometers per hour in as many cities as possible worldwide through the challenge of running 30 marathons in 30 months. I am running my 28th marathon next week. So in 6 weeks, I will finish the 30 marathons in 30 months, where more and more cities than in my start are adopting a 30 kilometers per hour speed limit. Thank you very much.
Bravo. Ovviamente avete visto prima l'immagine.
Well, we saw Georg Yannis with 30 kilometers, but you don't run 30 kilometers. You don't run 30 kilometers. You go slower. So my question is, so do you think that this policy of the 30 kilometers should be adopted as a law in the various road codes, like in Italy, for example, where they are debating about that?
Non a discrezione solo dei comuni, eccetera, ma
so it should be a fixed rule at a national level? This is my question.
A local responsibility, of course. There are two cases, Spain and Wales, where there is a national law. The national law says that it's no longer choice of the city to save or not save the lives, but the main state, the central government, decides that lives should be saved in all cities. This happened in Spain, this happened in Wales. It might happen, as I said, in the coming weeks in Greece. So the difference between who is deciding about the lives of people might go beyond the strict limits of the city decision, and sometimes it would be nice if at national level we take the decision, we assist cities to address the reactions of the car drivers. So it is Wales, it was last year. Spain, it was in 2021. Greece might be in 2024. So maybe more countries will follow the example of a national law instead of a local decision.
Grazie. Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you, and all the best. So now, after Georg Yannis, we have an important contribution. We will speak about road safety data, and we will start with Richard Owen of Agilysis and representing the Parliamentary Council for Safety of Transport in the UK. Thank you, Richard.
Grazie. Thank you, everybody, for inviting me here today. I'm very much enjoying your city and your wine and your food. And I'm looking forward to a strong debate today, following on from what George has already been talking about, what we think is the most important aspect of 30 kilometers an hour, or 20 miles an hour, as we have in the UK, which is casualty reduction. So I'm going to be here talking about two different projects. You get two for the price of one while I'm here. I'm going to be talking about some research from PACTS, the Parliamentary Advisory Council for Transport Safety, an organisation that has been active in the UK for over 40 years now. And this is a project that was sponsored by the Road Safety Trust. So I'll be talking about their research. Of course, within Agilysis, we are members of PACTS, as are many road safety bodies. And then I will talk about work that we have done, but also some work that has happened in Wales. George has already mentioned the work in Wales, so I will talk about the more detailed impacts of what has happened there as we just passed the 1-year anniversary of the national change in speed limits. So, a short history lesson on speed limits. There is one date missing from this. There is the UK. The UK first introduced a 30 miles per hour, 50 kilometers per hour speed limit in 1935. So I expect there's nobody in this room that would be old enough to remember that. But you can see that other countries started to introduce legal speed limits in urban areas. Of course, back in the 1930s, many vehicles will not be able to travel at those kinds of speeds anyway. And I think it seems reasonable, given modern vehicles, that we now start to debate about what appropriate speeds look like within our urban centres. So you can see on there, various countries, such as the Netherlands, introduced the first 30 zones in 1984, and then the UK following on a little bit behind in 1991. But even the introduction of the legislation and the ability to set these limits has not necessarily seen a widespread introduction of these until much more recent times, as George showed in his slide earlier. So what was the Lustre project? You see that I had a link previously on the slides. You can also Google this and then search the results and find access to the report. It's a long report. It covers 130 pages and it covers the analysis in some detail. This was published last year. The report that Professor Yannis mentioned earlier covers many other cities as well, but I think the two reports definitely sit side by side. And what I will do is explain some of the details within this report that talks about the implementation of limits and the difference between engineering measures and also signed-only limits, and where they are more advantageous. So you can see there are many important, well-known contributors to this report. It also includes advice and guidance on cities who want to analyse the impact of their speed limit changes. And that's critical. We've already heard today about the importance of data, the importance of research, making sure that we are having evidence in our debate. We need to do that before we make changes, and we also need to do it after we've made changes as well. So what did the project set to do? So it wanted to have a look at where lower urban speed limits have been introduced in Europe. What does the evidence show there about changes in speeds and changes in casualty reduction? What were the implementations of just putting signs up by the side of the road? No physical measures, no enforcement. What would happen if you just did that? So the evidence that was gathered included, of course, lots of studies from the UK, where this has been happening for the last decade or so, but then also reports from 6 other European countries, the likes of Sweden, Norway, Germany, Switzerland, those kinds of countries where evidence had been published. And this is always a good case for publishing your data so that researchers can have a look at it after you've produced your results. And there we go, an example of the project team that was included, and I'm really happy to be presenting their research and their results here today. So, what do we mean about physically enforcing lower speed limits? I talked about the potential for just putting a sign there, but what if you needed to slow drivers down using another mechanism? Maybe that would be speed humps in the road. Maybe it would be some kind of slalom measure on the streets to try and slow people down horizontally. Maybe you narrow the carriageway, because just implementing a signed-only change on its own doesn't have the same kinds of impacts, and I'll show you some charts on that in a moment. So yeah, there's lots of different ways for you to achieve the results that you want, which is lower speeds. And this is critical. Having a speed limit doesn't always mean that you get the speeds that you desire. So, were all roads within the study already 30 kilometers an hour or 20 miles an hour? One of the things that this research did was to look at how speed limits are implemented in cities. And this is something that I will talk about in Wales as well. We are not talking citywide 30 kilometers an hour. This is not what is implemented. On some roads, on fast roads, without pedestrians and cyclists, where you have good safety infrastructure, you can have higher speeds there. Cities and countries need to think about the importance of place, the concept of how people use the roads, how the roads fit within communities, but then also the importance of movement as well. Because sometimes we want vehicles to be traveling fast, where the vehicle technologies mean that, you will be safe as you're driving as well. We think about our auto routes, motorways, as we call them in the UK. You can have high speeds there because there's a high level of safety infrastructure. So there's always a balance, and it's important for cities and countries to consider what that balance looks like and to make the right decisions on speeds for their roads. So, as far as they were able to tell within this research, 30 kilometer per hour limits, mainly in residential areas, but in the main arteries on built-up roads, they tended to have higher speeds in there. So, what did the results show? So there is a distinct difference between the impact of speed limits accompanied by physical measures versus those with signed-only measures. So the chart that I'll show here, I'll make it bigger on the screen for you in a moment, shows the difference for each individual studies and what the impact on vehicle speeds were. So if I just make this a little larger here, you can see the diagonal line there. So the diagonal line, if dots are close to the diagonal line, it means there is a small impact on speeds. And you can see that the blue dots were schemes that only included signs. And in that study, they showed that they only had a small impact on vehicle speeds. Other schemes that involved structural measures, those are the orange dots there, had a much better impact on speeds. And this is really important for planners and engineers to consider what result they need to achieve. Of course, you need to understand what the speeds already are on your roads before you introduce them. Some roads may already have low speeds and only need signs. Some roads may need some form of engineering, or perhaps even enforcement, although enforcement should always come as a last resort, of course. So what were the results in terms of casualties there? So wherever the speeds were close to 30 kilometers an hour, we tended to see that speeds only reduced a small amount, by 2 or 3 kilometers an hour. On roads that had higher speeds, there was a greater reduction. This seems natural and understandable, of course, but you need to make sure that you've done your own research and analysis on your road network so that you can use this data to understand what will happen on your roads if you make those changes. So how much were injury collisions reduced? In the UK, only 11%, not the same kinds of results across the whole of the UK. And that's, of course, to be understandable if there is only a small reduction in the speeds. But for all schemes, including those with physical measures, there was an 18% reduction. So, you can see the benefit of making sure that vehicles are truly reducing their speeds. So on to the second part of my presentation, to talk about Wales. So I'm going to talk about a report that we produced last year, as well as give you an exclusive on some new research that we carried out only 3 days ago, having a look at what the impact is on vehicle speeds after 1 year. So you can see on the right-hand side a map of speed limits in the UK. One of my jobs is to manage maps of speed limits for authorities, for satellite navigation companies, to make sure that motorists and vehicles know what the speeds are on their road network. I hope you have a similar map in Italy showing where all of your speed limits are. So what you can see is, in Wales, if I just zoom in on here, you can see a lot of pink. And pink equals 30 kilometers an hour, 20 miles per hour. The blue is rural high-speed roads. And in England, across the border, you can see some pink. We've got Liverpool at the top there, which has implemented citywide 30 kilometers an hour. But in many other places, you have yellow, which is 50 kilometers an hour. So what happened? The critical thing that happened in Wales was that we had bold and brave politicians. You need bold and brave politicians to be able to implement this scale of change. Politicians who are not afraid of being unpopular. So that is one of the critical things. You need to make sure that your leaders and representatives are bold and brave. Good luck. So that was critical. They decided that they're not going to do city, city, city. They're going to do the whole country, which should make it easier for motorists to understand. And they enacted this legislation. So when did this happen? Last September, almost exactly 1 year ago, the change happened overnight. So within our research, we looked at speeds 1 week before and speeds 1 week after. We looked at data on individual roads. We accessed this data from TomTom. This is a company that supplies vehicle data from GPS. There are many companies in the world that have this data, and many telematics companies, including popular insurance companies here in Italy, might be able to have that data too. So we used that for before and after the change, and then had a look at the difference in the median speed. We ordered the data within 24 hours. It's accessible really easily. Imported it into some GIS software, exported it back out into Excel to do some analysis, and then created a not too complicated formula to make sure that we were looking at the weighted average. We wanted to make sure that when we were analyzing, these 500 kilometers of road, that we were giving the importance to the ones that had the most amount of traffic on them. And here are the results. This is the first time this slide has been shown with the new data. On the left-hand side, you can see the average speed before 20 miles per hour. And you can see speeds were only 22.7 across the entire road network. Some roads were higher, some roads were lower. That's how the average works. But this is important because it's good to get across to members of the public and also those making decisions about the roads, is that speeds aren't always at the limit. We don't all drive around at the fastest speed we possibly can at all times. So, yes, we saw an amazing drop after 1 week. Fantastic, almost 3 miles per hour drop in vehicle speeds. But since then, there's been some changes. We've had some increases in speeds. We had a look after 3 months in December last year. And again, I had a look last week. So speeds are still lower, and that's great, about a 2 miles per hour reduction in speed, but they're starting to go up. And this is the time when road authorities need to think about the roads where speeds aren't meeting the desired limits. What other measures needs to be undertaken? Is there some kind of enforcement measure that needs to happen? But broadly speaking, this represents a really great success in Wales. What other data is there? We can see that the Welsh government did their own analysis of speeds. They used traditional speed survey loops and tubes that cross the roads. And they showed that on the faster roads they analysed, there was a 4.3 mile per hour reduction in speeds. We can see this within our data too. Faster speeds before installation have a greater reduction, something that was seen in the Lustre report that I talked about earlier as well. How about the casualty data? So it's only been happening for 1 year. There is a delay on the casualty data. Sometimes we need to wait a little bit. But we can see that in Q4 2023, there were 32% fewer casualties. In 1 quarter, 32% fewer casualties on the roads. That's an amazing reduction. They've just updated the results as well that showed that in Q1 2024, there was a 26% reduction in those casualties. I think that's something that any city, any country would love to see within their results. And the early indications are that those casualty reductions are exactly what we'd expect to see. There are lots of great models that you can use, provided by people like the World Bank, Global Road Safety Facility, that will help authorities model what casualty reductions will be based on the previous evidence. But you need to achieve those speed reductions. This is the critical thing I would like to get across. You can't just put up the sign. You need to make sure that the speeds are being reduced. Now, here's something that is interesting as well, that bottom point. Vehicle damage claims from insurance companies saw a 20% reduction in that first 3 months. And the insurance company, eSure, in the UK, has offered a 10% discount on all premiums in Wales because of the reduction. That's something like 50 euros on your insurance premium policy. I think most drivers would love to see insurance premiums reducing, and I think this is an opportunity for insurance companies to back the road authorities where they have implemented a successful change in vehicle speeds. So, that's everything from me. You can find out more about me on our website and read the full research reports.
Mi devo complimentare con i relatori.
Well, congratulations to our speakers because they're very, very punctual. Thank you very much. We started with about 15 minutes delay, which is typical in Italy, and now we are recovering our time. So thank you very much, Richard Owen. I was stricken by a sentence you said. You said you need daring politicians with courage, which means being able to impose something for the good of the community rather than thinking about political elections. This is a very important fact, thinking about what is good for the community. What do you think about that?
Yes, I think that is very important. There are two key politicians in Wales supported by the Prime Minister, effectively, in Wales, First Minister, who backed the policy, who cared passionately about people's lives, about people's health. And of course, all politicians are there to do the good of the community, and sometimes maybe they need reminding a little bit.
Prevale l'aspetto politico. Sì, ultima precisazione, l'atteggiamento.
What about the road users? What do they think of this? Are they happy? What about the drivers? Do they protest or are they happy?
That's interesting. When drivers were asked about changes in speed limits before they happened, they were happy. When they were asked about the speed limit changes after they happened, they were unhappy. But the problem is that you will never get a letter or a person coming up to you and saying, "Thank you for not killing me. Thank you for not killing my child." This never happens because the person has never died. So you only listen to the voices of the people that are unhappy, not the people who've had, the families and lives of loved ones saved. So, it's always something to keep in the mind for politicians.
Ultima precisazione.
One last question, Richard Owen. But if you drive faster than 20 miles per hour, which is 32-point-something kilometers an hour, which is 2 kilometers more than in Italy. Anyway, do you have systems detecting the speed, or do you just trust drivers?
No, good point as well. For the first 4 months, there was trust in drivers. Then after 4 months, there was enforcement. Low-level enforcement, where they made sure that the threshold was high, so you'd need to be doing 27, 28 miles per hour before you get a fine. But now, drivers are getting fines, and they're being sent on education courses as well, so they can learn from their mistakes. But then the next time, there will be a fine.
Grazie Richard Owen, grazie mille, molto interessante come...
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. So far we've had very interesting presentation, and now from Madrid to Trento, we have Natalia Elizabeth Fonseca Gonzalez, professor at the Department of Energy Engineering of the Polytechnical University in Madrid. She will talk about the environmental impact of speed reduction limits in urban center.
By thanking Fondazione Unipolis for the kind invitation to present this speech entitled Environmental Assessment of Low-Speed Policies for Motor Vehicles Mobility in City Centers. Before diving into the presentation, I would like to acknowledge the distinguished authorities present today, as well as the fellow panelists. It's a pleasure to share this space with such esteemed colleagues. In order to assess the environmental impact of the low-speed policies, I will proceed in the following order. First, I will comment on the context and objectives. Next, I will present the result of 2 measurement campaigns conducted by us at the Universidad Politécnica de Madrid. One specifically addresses this issue, and the other, more recent one, allows us to better understand the complexity of the topic. I will then show the findings from the recently published review paper on this subject. And using copper emission factor, I will aim to provide a broader perspective on the environmental impact. Finally, I will conclude with some key takeaways. To provide some context for the environmental impact of the road transport sector, it's important to notice that the road transport is a major contributor of carbon dioxide emission and other local air pollutants. In fact, 77% of the EU transport-related greenhouse gas emissions come from road transport, as highlighted by the European Environmental Agency. Despite improvement in engine efficiency and the use of biofuels, CO2 emissions from passenger cars still increased by near to 6% between 2000 and 2019, primarily due to the growing demand for transportation. In addition to CO2, road transport also significantly contributes to local air pollutants, such as nitrogen oxides and particulate matter. Noise pollutant is another important aspect, affecting at least 18 million people in the European Union, with over 5 million suffering from severe sleep disturbance due to the noise from road transport. Now, focusing on the objective of this presentation, my goal is to analyze the environmental impact of passenger cars in relation to the speed limit reduction in city centers. This analysis is based on the measurement campaigns we conducted in Madrid, also with findings from other research. The key focus will be on the fuel consumption, which is directly related with energy efficiency and CO2 emissions, as well as NOx emissions. In 2012, we conducted a study, a specific focus on the effect of the reduction of a speed limit from 50 to 30 kilometers per hour on fuel consumption and emission of CO2, NOx, hydrocarbons, and carbon monoxide. This study took place in the area of Madrid, specifically in the Chamberí neighborhood. The area is characterized by the single-lane streets with signalized intersection and pedestrian crossing every block, which naturally force vehicles to slow down at each crossing. For this test, we use an onboard emission measurement system, which I developed as part of my doctoral thesis, and which is named Miveco PEMS. The vehicle used for these trials was the mid-size Euro 2 diesel car. In this study, we found that the reduction of the speed limit to 30 kilometers per hour on this type of route did not significantly affect the average driving speed due to the need to constantly slow down at every intersection. However, what we observe is that the intensity of the acceleration decreases as the speed limit is lowered. When analyzing the same speed segment from the upper graph, we can see that the peaks of the instantaneous fuel consumption are higher when the speed limit is set to 50 kilometers per hour. As a result, the total accumulated fuel consumption is significantly lower when the speed limit is reduced to 30 kilometers per hour, because the driving is generally smoother. In this figure, we can see that reducing the speed limit from 50 kilometers per hour to 30 kilometers per hour not only significantly decreases fuel consumption, but also lowers NOx emissions, CO2 emissions, and particulate matter emissions. However, we observe a slight increase in hydrocarbon emission, suggesting that the combustion might be less efficient at lower speed. In the lower graph, we analyze the impact of different driving styles. Here, we can see that aggressive driving leads to a considerable risk in both emission and fuel consumption, largely due to the higher intensity of acceleration. Now, I'd like to present the second study, which we conducted in 2017, with eight Euro 6 sport utility vehicles. In this study, we measured real-world NOx emission and fuel consumption. The test we carried out on an nearly 80 kilometers route included urban, rural, and motorway section, in compliance with the European real driving emission standards. These tests are currently mandatory for the type approval of all passenger cars. The vehicle used for this campaign was 3 gasoline vehicles, 1 conventional gasoline direct injection, and 2 microhybrids equipped with a stop-start and cylinder deactivation. Another, a gasoline hybrid vehicle, and 4 diesel vehicles, 3 equipped with a stop-start system, and 1 of them featured with a SCR system for NOx reduction. For today's presentation, I will focus on the result obtained from the urban segment of this route as shown on the map. Sorry. Sorry, I follow. I see on the map.
Problema di slide?
Yes, sorry, I lost. Sorry.
No problem. Vediamo se la...
Ok.
Trova perfetto.
Oh, sorry. Yes, okay, sorry. If we analyze the effect of instantaneous speed on fuel consumption, which similarly affect the CO2 emission as they are proportional to fuel consumption, we can see in black the actual fuel consumption data collected. With this data, we develop an emission model that accounts for both speed and acceleration. The red lines represent the fuel consumption during moderate acceleration, while the magenta lines show the fuel consumption at constant speed. For this gasoline direct injection vehicle, we observed that at around 40 kilometers per hour, typical of driving at a speed limit of 50 kilometers per hour, the fuel consumption is significantly lower compared to when the speed drops below 30 kilometers per hour. Additionally, we see that the fuel consumption is very low when the vehicle maintains a constant speed. And the increase in fuel consumption as speed decrease is minimal when driving smoothly. Now, if we compare the previous vehicle, which is the conventional gasoline car, with this another hybrid vehicle, we can clearly see that the reduction at low speed impact fuel consumption much less. This is because the vehicle operates at low speed, maintaining in electrical mode during moderate acceleration and constant speed driving. Finally, in both graphs, in black line, the black line represents the fuel consumption curve from the copper model, which corresponds to the large sub-executive Euro 6 vehicle. This model is based on real-world data collected from thousands of vehicles and shows the average speed consumption behavior is a function of average speed. As we can see in both cases, the fuel consumption estimated by copper closely matches the instantaneous consumption under moderate acceleration conditions. Moving to the diesel vehicle, on the diesel vehicle, we can see that the speed below 30 kilometers per hour significantly increase fuel consumption, particularly in conventional vehicles as speed decrease. Even under constant speed conditions, fuel consumption rise. However, in the vehicle with a start-stop and cylinder deactivation technology, the impact to reduce speed is much less pronounced, and fuel consumption even decreases under constant speed conditions. In the case of this diesel vehicle, we observe that the copper fuel consumption factor closely aligns with the instantaneous fuel consumption at a speed above 30 kilometers per hour. However, at lower instantaneous speed, especially at very low speed, copper tends to underestimate the actual fuel consumption. Now, looking at the impact of NOx emissions for gasoline vehicles, we observe that both microhybrid vehicles with a stop-start system and hybrid vehicles show NOx emissions significantly higher than those estimated by copper factor in black. This discrepancy likely arises because copper factors are primarily based on laboratory data rather than real-world driving conditions. However, we can see a clear increase in NOx emissions during moderate acceleration, especially in the stop-start vehicle, where emissions are nearly zero during constant speed driving. For the hybrid vehicle, NOx emissions are slightly higher, but the overall impact of reducing speed from 50 to 30 kilometers is minimal. In this slide, the colored area represents the density of observed data points. The yellow region indicates the most common driving conditions where NOx emissions were observed. As you can see in both graphs, the highest data density cluster at a speed between 30 to 50 kilometers per hour, particularly for low acceleration. This highlights that these conditions were the most frequently recorded during our measurement campaigns. Now, turning to the impact of the speed reduction on NOx emission in diesel vehicle, we can clearly see that the scale of this graph is exactly the same to those previously shown for gasoline vehicle. You can see As we can see, NOx emissions in diesel vehicles are significantly higher compared to gasoline vehicles, even in those equipped with SCR technology designed to reduce NOx emissions. We also notice that copper emission estimate closely match to the measurement emission in the vehicle with the stop-start system. However, for vehicle equipped with ECR, copper underestimate the actual NOx emission, which are clearly lower due to the effectiveness of the ECR system. Moving now to the third part of this presentation, I would like to highlight some key findings from research conducted by other investigators globally. Specifically, I want to present the result of the systematic review, literature review carried out by members of the World Bank and the Center of Research for Transport and Logistics of the Sapienza University of Rome, which examine the impact of a speed limit reduction on emissions. In this table, present in the study, this table, as shown here on this slide and the next one, you can see that the majority of the study of data are based on simulation rather than experimental data. You can see the methodology. Our experimental study from 2012, which I presented earlier, is actually the only real-world emission measurement study in this set. The result of these studies reveal that there is no clear consensus on the effect of the speed limit reduction on emissions. In some cases, the emission increase, you can see in the table, here, in some cases decrease, and some in another increase. This indicates that the impact of speed reduction depends on multiple factors, including vehicle type, the specific pollutant, the accompanying interventions. These interventions include, for example, eco-driving techniques, in-vehicle technology, traffic calming measurement, and enforcement. Given that we have been seeing that the impact of a speed limit reduction on emission largely depends on the type of vehicle, and considering that lowering a speed limit may affect the average driving speed, it's important to analyze this further. In order to do so, I have used copper emission factors that are coefficients of parameters used to estimate the pollutant emission generated by motor vehicle under various operating conditions. Copper, as a computer program to calculate emissions from road transport, is a model developed by the European Environmental Agency, widely used to calculate vehicle emissions at national and regional level, meeting the requirement of European Union legislation. Copper factors are based on experimental data from a database of thousands of vehicles. Here, for instance, we examine the effect of the average speed reduction on medium-sized passenger vehicle for Euro 1 to Euro 7 vehicles using the copper emission factors. As shown in this figure, gasoline vehicles in blue lines generally have higher fuel consumption compared to the diesel vehicle, red lines, and exhibit a significant increase in fuel consumption and speed decreases. On the other hand, hybrid vehicle in green show only a negligible increase in consumption with reduced speed, which aligns with the finding from our study. Additionally, electrical vehicle magenta line displayed an even more favorable response to reduce speed in terms of energy consumption. On the other hand, When we analyze the copper NOx emission factor, we observe that the diesel vehicles have significantly higher emission factor compared to gasoline vehicles, especially the older ones. This indicates that the negative impact of the speed limit reduction, which could affect the average speed, will be significantly detrimental for diesel vehicles up to Euro 6 and gasoline vehicles up to Euro 2. In contrast, for more modern diesel vehicle and gasoline vehicle from Euro 3 onwards, the impact of speed reduction on NOx emission is almost negligible compared to the effect seen to the older vehicles. To summarize, the impact of the speed limit reduction on emission really depends on the vehicle type and technology. For example, hybrid vehicle and newer gasoline diesel vehicle show minimal changes in emission and fuel consumption when the speed limits are lowered, while older diesel vehicle up to Euro 5 and gasoline vehicle up to Euro 2 see significant increase in CO2 and NOx emission when speed reduction leads to a lower average speed. However, a single lane roads, if lowering the speed limit does not reduce the average speed, the result is smoother driving, which reduce both emission and fuel consumption, even in older diesel vehicles. As for a policy implication, we need to implement complementary measures like eco-driving, updating vehicle technologies, and managing traffic better. It's also important that policymakers consider the composition of the vehicle fleet to maximize both environmental benefit and traffic safety. That's it. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie. Professoressa, due quesiti rapidissimi. Il primo...
A couple of questions. Much is said about technological neutrality. So we speak a lot about technological neutrality at a European level. Technological neutrality. And Italy, on the one hand, pushes on biofuels, Germany on synthetic fuels, e-fuels, and then electric vehicles. So let's analyze the aspect of biofuels and e-fuels. What do you think about those? And biofuels are easier to obtain.
Okay. Okay, the impact of biofuel and e-fuels in the exhaust tailpipe is the same as the conventional fuel. It's quite the same. The difference is about the CO2 emission because the biofuels and e-fuels are neutral, carbon neutral. Because of the comes from biomass, so at the end, but the effect is because these fuels are quite the same in the composition. Biofuels sometimes is a little bit worse, but at the end, the behavior in a vehicle is quite the same because biofuels and e-fuels have to comply with the fuel normative in Europe. So at the end, the behavior in an engine is the same. But I think the advantage is to lower the CO2 emissions.
Ultima domanda.
Final question. A final question. Teresa Ribera, one of the new vice presidents of the Commission, had the delegation of ecological transition. So do you know Teresa Ribeira? She will certainly, do you think that she will work on the thesis that you mentioned to us this morning? So the new vice president, and she has responsibility for environmental transition. Do you think that she will work on that? She is Spanish. She comes from Madrid. What do you think about her?
I don't know. I don't know how to respond to this question, because sometimes the political position about fuels and transition, ecological transition, is hard, because sometimes to go to the near zero emission and to this transition to the more ecological fuels, I think it's difficult. It's really difficult. Because it's all the processes to produce, and for example, now that is the hydrogen is in the. It's important. It's an important fuel that we are now analyzing and promoting from the Europe. I think it's really difficult, and I don't know if we can be ready to really in the technology to be as the politician wants that we will be on 2050, because at the end it's too hard the route that the politicians are promoting to go in this decarbonization route is too fast, and the technologies have a lot of challenge that is not really easy to achieve. So at the end, I don't know. I think it's important to listen more to research.
Vedremo.
So we will see what happens. Thank you. Thank you, Natalia Elizabeth Fonseca Gonzalez, Professor of Energy Engineering, Polytechnical University, Madrid. And now Paola Carrea, General Manager of Unipol Tech, and she will speak about how public administrations could use data, telematic data, to plan city mobility.
Thank you very much. I would also like to thank the administration of the province of Trento, specifically, also our agency in Trento, that has really supported Unipolis and Unipol Group for this event. Right, while I was listening to the very interesting presentations of the morning, I have jotted down a few words, especially for the benefit of the students sitting at the back, since we believe that when you attend a conference, you should take back home some key words. So starting from what our chairman said, the first take-home message is scientific approach, not an ideological, but a scientific approach. And this is very important because it cleans up the topic, so to say, because decisions sometimes are made for political reasons that may not be based on clear evidence. But the other very important take-home message, from my viewpoint, is that we have to work systematically. So universities, research centers, technologists can produce data, but then it is necessary to find the right trade-off, the right way to communicate our research together with the public administrations, together with those who will then have to make decisions. Therefore, it is really very important, on one hand, to extract meaning from data in an objective way, and on the other hand, share the message and the best communication of the result of the research, preventing instrumental activities. Because some may take just one or two data from one study, trying to push in a certain direction with a certain environmental policy, and this could actually cause issues. So how do I advance the presentation? Can we have the help of a technologist? There we go. There we go. That's my slide. So let's now come to some data referring to what I was telling you. So the Unipol group has an undisputed leadership in insurance, with approximately 25% of the national market. And also because for more than 20 years, we have been pursuing telematics. So today we have more than 4 million customers with a telematic box. So they have all those GNSS data that were mentioned before by our colleague when he talked about the TomTom data that are really widespread on our national territory. So a study was started here in Trento with the support of the local administration, showing that we have more than 5,000 vehicles in Trento that have an Unipol insurance and are equipped with a telematic box. And therefore, we can understand how these vehicles move and draw some interesting indications that can be used by the public administration to make decisions about 30-kilometer-an-hour areas, about 50-kilometer-an-hour areas, what it would mean if 30 kilometers an hour was the limit imposed everywhere, enforced everywhere. Communication. I mean, if instead of talking about 30 kilometers, we talked about safe zones, then it is by far more difficult to protest about a lower speed limit close to a hospital or a school. So we can talk about safe zones rather than 30-kilometer-an-hour zones. So with these 4 million boxes providing us with speed data, acceleration, deceleration data, stop-and-go data. And we're also trying to add other data or to understand the value of the data of tolls. Thanks to Unipol Move, which is a toll payment system, we can acquire data that allow us to know what happens when you leave the motorway in Trento North, Trento South, when you leave the city again. I mean, all this can be really helpful in understanding traffic peaks, moments when you have a greater flow towards the city because of tourism, and so on and so forth. Just keep a little bit closer to the microphone, please. Right, so that's a starting point. I will move quickly through these slides. This is just a summary of what we managed to do with these data. And let's now get to 2 examples before moving to Trento. 2 studies we're carrying out together with experts, illustrious experts of the Polytechnical University in Milan, Turin, MIT, Boston, and we're open to the integration of our research with the University of Trento. And I personally know experts there very well since I have participated in the Fiat Research Center in Trento. So there are two peculiarities of the study carried out on our green boxes and the concept of transferring the communication, not talking about black box because you think about an accident, but talk about the green box, that is an instrument that can be helpful also in ecological terms. And the other concept, which is not talking about 30 kilometers an hour, but talking about safe cities. Let's have a look at what we've done with green boxes. I mean, it is true, we have heard, and I would like to thank again for the very interesting presentation that in 2050 there will be no accidents, that's a target, and no emissions. Well, I believe that this 2050 has been determined after 2030 was postponed to 2050 because this challenge is really a challenging one. So the mission based on data to help public administrations to make decisions is a supporting mission, an accompanying mission. Fleets today are not of the latest generation. Many cars are not last generation ones. We're still confronted with a high number of accidents. So it's a good thing to reduce speed, but we also have to accompany to 2050, 2060, whatever the date will be, with indications regarding how one could improve, starting from tomorrow morning, our environmental care, also making use of the present fleets. So we thought, well, for years we've been talking about a black box. Can we use a black box to obtain data for a greener traffic? Of course, yes. So we have started from policies that were already pursued in some regions, such as Lombardy, Emilia-Romagna, Piedmont, Veneto, of the concept of the Move-In initiative. I allow you to travel 1,000 kilometers in the city, even if your car is Euro 4 or Euro 3, so a little bit dated, so 1,000 kilometers. If you have a Euro 5, you can travel 3,000. With Euro 6, you can travel forever, because it's a new generation car. So looking at the data, we can realize that Euro 6 cars travel a lot in the city, and maybe they are big cars, heavy cars, so they're not perfect in terms of emissions. Whereas those driving Euro 4 cars are limited in their number of kilometers. So we decided to move from the concept of kilometers, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 kilometers, to the idea of having a wallet of emissions available. And if you drive well, without accelerations and brisk accelerations and decelerations, your 1,000 kilometers could actually become 1,500 kilometers. So we have introduced the concept, the very simple concept, of user-centric sustainability. Making the driver responsible, because of course educating citizens is very important. So making drivers responsible for the number of kilometers covered based on the emission wallet. So this is a concept. And this is a topic that you can clearly discuss with the public administration, understanding whether instead of enforcing a limit or whatever, with the risk of protests. I mean, think about Rome. We presented this initiative to the mayor of Rome, knowing that most vehicles is Euro 4 in Rome. And now they have placed cameras everywhere, and they want to block access to Euro 4. I'm giving you this information just to tell you that with data, you can actually reason with the public administration and find better solutions, which are the right compromise between the expectation of the citizen or of the tourist, the expectations in terms of the social and ecological impact in the city, this including safety as well, and what could actually be a wonderful initiative taken by our politicians without getting too many people angry. There's always somebody who gets angry, but at least we'll limit the number of them. Another useful analysis we have carried out in Milan with Boston's MIT to find about the impact of the enforcement of the 30-kilometer-an-hour limit in Milan. But we didn't do this thinking that all possible rings around the city of Milan and the roads and streets connecting them had to have this 30-kilometer limit. But we did this trying to understand which areas deserved an evaluation to reduce speed and which areas, conversely, would have suffered from a reduction in speed because they would have become even more congested. And we've done this based on real data, simulating the impact of speed in the different zones of the city. And interesting data have shown that there are areas where the 30-kilometer-an-hour limit can be evaluated, and areas, I mean, sometimes you talk to the citizens and they say, well, it would be wonderful if we could drive 30 kilometers an hour because we can't do more than 20. So the study has revealed that the reduction times, if you know in which area you had to do it. Sorry, I meant to say that it took a tiny little bit longer than expected when you had the limit in certain areas, and nobody can complain. And it was possible to see that emissions would mildly increase. But I would like to stress the fact that this applies to today's vehicles. It is clear that as the fleet evolves and as we have more ecological vehicles, and many public administrations hope that there will be a reduction in private transport, balanced by an increase in public transport, and then the emissions will automatically decrease. Last but not least, we have also analyzed Trento. More than 5,000 vehicles in transit daily have been monitored. About 100,000 kilometers have been tracked every day. And we were trying to understand which is the average speed in different areas of the city, and whether there are areas characterized by brisk acceleration and deceleration, which, as we all know, have an impact also on emissions. And I have to say that Trento already today could be a best practice example for many other Italian cities. Of course, it is a medium-sized or small-sized city with advantages compared to larger cities. But already today, we can see that the different zones are already managed very well by the citizens. traffic flows are good, and there are only a few zones, and we can understand that. So we're not talking about the flat part of the cities, but rather the neighboring areas that are a little bit hillier. And in those areas, we can actually see decelerations and accelerations of brisk type. Of course, this is just the beginning, and we're willing to further analyze the situation. Let me tell you, I mean, in a city where traffic flows are at an average of 50 kilometers an hour, but there's a school, so with a safety message, rather than enforcing the 30-kilometer-an-hour area, we want to take measures. And also this morning, I've heard that sometimes infrastructural solutions like little islands, flower beds is something that automatically reduces speed. Well, Trento compared to Milan, Turin, and Bologna is already a national best practice. Wonderful. Thank you very much to Paola Carrea, General Manager of Unipol Tech. Thank you for presenting this very interesting initiative of yours, which was presented in December to the Italian European Parliament member in Brussels. What is the feedback? Well, they were very interested in that. We had a very positive feedback. The European Commission appreciated the results achieved, also because they go right in the right direction. We've presented the green box. We have further strengthened our studies. We have corroborated them. We have the patent. That is, of course, a sign of innovation. And we've validated everything with DECRA, which is a registration company of vehicles, and we have certified the results. There is a lot of interest, but especially in the view of accompanying public administrations, because at least in Italy you're confronted with cities where you cannot imagine that everybody can have a new car. So we also have a social role. We can't expect everybody to buy a new car. Yes, you have to consider that the circulating fleet can be very obsolete. And the most recent data of ANIASA, that you know very well, show that the biggest market, apart from company fleets, is the used car market. But what about the impact of mayors and administrators based on your initiative, on your data, relating to the driving style that is significant and has repercussions in terms of safety and consumption? So I am saying this to Richard Owen because I've asked him a similar question. So do you think that our administrators are willing to rethink their attitude towards cars? For example, in Milan, in Rome, we have Roberto Gualtieri, who's listening to us. I believe that the situation is pretty complex. Yes, we went to the municipality in Milan last week to explain these concepts, which maybe today can be expressed in a more clear way compared to what happened on the 7th of July.
And the councillor, of course, expressed her desire, and she said, instead of having 1,000 vehicles moving around, I prefer to have a few. And she said just one, based on car sharing notions, etc. Well, of course, Milan would be much more beautiful and more splendid with just one vehicle going around and available to everybody. But Realistically, well, this challenge, well, and perhaps it is the same challenge of 2050. Well, apart and beyond those challenges, and it's right to have such a vision, such a target, but we should also think about today, about the next few months or 12 months. And as far as we have seen in terms of the emissions and the damage that we are causing, well, these approaches can actually be useful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Very often, when I write articles for newspapers, I underline this fact that we shouldn't think only of 20 years ahead, but we should also think about today. Now, Federica Biassoni, Milan, Director of Psychology Research Unit on Traffic, Università Cattolica. And she will speak about the psychological details related to traffic. Very interesting. Thank you. Many thanks to Fondazione Unipolis for inviting me. Yes, I will offer you a different viewpoint as compared to the ones that we have just listened to. In a couple of words, well, traffic psychology, or transport psychology better, because traffic in Italian has a negative connotation, so I prefer to speak about transport psychology. Well, transport psychology focuses on human beings when they become users of a system of mobility. So we study perception, attention, decision-making processes, motivations, when we are in a system of mobility, which includes infrastructure, vehicles, human factors. And we deal in particular with the human factor. And today, I will share with you some elements, some food for thought, which completes what has been presented so far. And I thank the previous speakers because they made very interesting presentations. So I will tell you why things happen, the things that we saw in the previous presentations. So, looking in the literature, I found various studies carried out by colleagues. Well, we don't have very many research reports on 30-kilometer speed, but the current research underlines the common advantages of this 30-kilometer speed limit in terms of emissions, in terms of congestion, and also in terms of more well-being at an individual and collective level. Well, this is another study which includes very accurate data, and it explains why it is necessary to reduce speed in urban areas. And results in particular are reported here. So I will tell you what happens to us when we reduce speed to 30 kilometers. But before doing that, I would like to tell you about another research work carried out by my research team published well before this event. And in this analysis, in this research work, we carried out an analysis of a very particular area, that is areas around the schools. And we wanted to quantify risks existing in those areas, and also the issue of well-being of the users of those areas. Well, we looked at some variables, mainly related to two factors. First, infrastructure, and second, behavior. So we wanted to understand how different infrastructure situations and different behavioral styles lead to different results in terms of risks that you have mainly as pedestrians, but also as drivers, and this in the areas around the schools. Well, results are pretty interesting because they highlight that the main risk factor is the behavior that you have, much more than the infrastructural details or conditions. Well, consider that we collected behavioral components. We didn't interview people, but a team of psychologists went there to collect the behaviors of people in the areas around 45 schools, and we collected data about some behavioral styles. So the first result is that behaviors are much more important than traffic conditions and infrastructure in terms of causing risks. And then the second interesting result for us today is that in terms of the infrastructure characteristics which may increase or reduce the risk, well, the first characteristic is the presence of 30-kilometer areas. So when we have a 30-kilometer area, there is a significant reduction in terms of risks and in terms of road accidents. Now, with reference to the other element which we wanted to study, that is the well-being experienced by road users, well, results again highlight that where there is a safer context, thanks to 30 kilometers area, the experience of road users is better. How did we observe that? Well, we observed the non-verbal language of people. We observed their use of the space. Well, I flee away from situations that I don't like, while I tend to get together with other people and stop and talk, for example, together with other people in places where I feel better. So parents normally tend to stop and speak with other parents when they feel safe. So I will speak about well-being, I will speak about a slow pace, and I will speak about relationship between human beings and environment. Well, first of all, we should clarify what we mean by the word well-being. Well, the idea is that of having cities where you feel safer, where there is more sustainability and where we live better. So in order to measure well-being, we first have to decide what well-being means. Well, I'll make reference to these two models, the definition made by the World Health Organization, whereby well-being is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not the simple absence of a disease. So we can certainly measure well-being, making reference to a complex vision of the human being, and that means that we have to look at physical well-being, but also social well-being and mental well-being. The other model I will refer to is the so-called Ryan and Daisy model. It is not very new, but it is certainly among the most valid models. Well, this model states that our well-being in psychological terms can be achieved when some of our needs are satisfied. First, the need for autonomy. We want to be autonomous when we move around. And then competence. We want to feel safe in the environment where we go around. And then the need for relations. Well-being means also establishing good relations. So these are fundamental requirements based on this model, but also based on many other psychological models. And this can be a guide when we think about how to plan the environments we live in. Well, that was the first part of my presentation. In the second part of my presentation, I will tell you why reducing speed brings to some specific results. And then in the third part of my presentation, I will propose something new, something which has not been mentioned this morning, and which can be useful food for thought. So, apology of slowness. Well, this is not my definition. I took it from a work by Lamberto Maffei, a scientist who, after decades of study, summarized the results of decades of studies on the brain's working, saying the brain is a slow machine. Well, the brain of a small mouse, well, in order to get its maximum development, just 5 weeks are necessary. As far as the human brain is concerned, we know that about 20 years are necessary. Neuroplasticity is a very slow process. And this demonstrates that our brain is made to function in a slow way. Well, I'm a bit provocative here, but in the past few months, I was interviewed to know about my opinion about 30 kilometers roads. And I was asked, what about those people who think that it is not appropriate to go around at 30 kilometers per hour? they told me it's not natural to go around at 30 kilometers per hour. Well, that makes me smile, because as a psychologist, I can tell you that it is not natural to go 100 kilometers per hour, because our brain is not made to manage a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. We get to that speed thanks to vehicles, but in nature we cannot go at 100 kilometers. Well, of course, the brain is a combination of slowness and fastness, and our two hemispheres are called the hemisphere of slow thinking and fast thinking. Fast thinking is, of course, essential in order to have fast responses, but the slow hemisphere is fundamental because it is the one which makes it possible to have complex processing of information. It is the hemisphere which makes it possible to speak, for example, make hypotheses. So, if we say that we just have the fast hemisphere, well, that is not true. Well, a good summary of the function of the two hemispheres is to conclude that the fast hemisphere is fundamental because it is the one which can launch alarms, for example. But when we go around as pedestrians or as drivers, we don't need to face alarm situations only, luckily enough. So slowness favors deep processing processes. For example, to take a decision requires time. And I'm speaking about a simple decision, for example, deciding what route to take, or the decision to assess whether that person on the rim of the pavement will cross the road or not. Well, these processes require a slower type of processing. So what is produced in terms of speed is lost in terms of depth. It's a bit the tale by Sepulveda about the snail which goes slow and discovers the importance of slowness. And then we have visual stimuli. Well, research works unanimously demonstrate with the increase of speed, there is an increase in the number of information that we have to process. That means that it is much more complex to process visual stimuli at high speed. And that means that it is more likely to make mistakes or to miss something in our visual field if we drive at 60 instead of 30 kilometers per hour, because as I said just now, slowness makes it possible to process information better. And that applies also to thinking about new things.
When we drive, we don't realize it, but we keep predicting what is going to happen. We predict the behavior of other road users. We predict possible unpredictable events. So speed has a significant impact on the capability of reacting to unpredicted events. The faster we drive, the more likely it is that we won't be able to react in an adequate way to an unforeseen event. So you may not have the time to brake when there is a pedestrian crossing and a pedestrian suddenly appears who had not been seen before. And these are all objective data because this has all been measured. Also, my discipline is based on objective data regarding behavior. But, and I'm now getting to the third part, which is the creative part of my presentation. Speed means losing in depth, also from an affective viewpoint. And I would like to introduce a psychological construct, which is the construct of attachment. Attachment has been investigated regarding relationships between individuals, starting from the end of the 60s. Some textbooks have been published that have become milestones. What is attachment? Attachment is that inclination we have to develop significant bonds. And attachment is characterized by the fact that we want to be close to the person we are bonding with. If that person dies, we mourn. There is a mourning process. We believe that this person is unique, so we take care of this person. And this pertains to human relationships. Environmental psychology has discovered that there is attachment to places, which is not the relationship between individuals, but between the individual and the environment, and which is absolutely similar to the attachment of people. So, poetry can help me. Sempre caro mi fu quell'erbo colle. This is a poem talking about a very dear hill, a very dear cypress trees. So with places, we actually develop an attachment bond, but only if there is an appropriate condition to do that. And I will show you the consequences of this attachment bond. There are factors predisposing the development of attachment bonds to places. Several researchers have demonstrated that public spaces, attractive public spaces with aesthetic quality and safe, where you can feel safe, do promote attachment to places. Another interesting research, I've only selected some of them because there are already many different researches. So it has been shown that some physical features of the environment, such as its capability of supporting recreative activities, that is an environment, a place that I can inhabit and I can walk with the purpose of finding places where I can eat, shop, have fun. Well, this also promotes attachment to a place. Public spaces supporting socialization also promote attachment. So there are some features, some characteristics that nurture the possibility of developing attachment to a place. And these features, according to what we have said so far, these features are actually supported by the introduction of the so-called 30-kilometer-an-hour zones. So why is this construct of attachment so important? Well, because it is related to two other constructs, the construct of well-being and the construct of pro-environmental behaviors. So we've seen that there are factors predisposing place attachment, but place attachment also correlates with all what you can see here. When we develop an attachment to a place, we feel better. It increases our well-being. But that's not the only thing. When we develop attachment to a place, we are more inclined to invest in that place, economically, but also in terms of safeguarding that place, taking care of that place. And so we have pro-environmental behaviors, sustainability, and we're more inclined to go to that place because it is a place of socialization, it is meaningful, and it is where you build the sense of community. So I will conclude with a provoking sentence. Could it perhaps be that reduction of speed in some zones, if you make those zones low-speed zones, could this also be a way, thanks to the greater attachment to those places, could this be a way to transform the citizens' experience and support citizens when they go in the desired direction that envisages taking greater care of places? Thank you very much, Federica Biazzoni, Director of the Research Unit in Traffic Psychology at the University Sacro Cuore. So are there many students taking these courses? Are there young people interested in this? To be honest, it is a minority. Students studying psychology discover this possible application of psychology only at a later time when they already started studying. Usually at the start they think about another type of professional activity, but some of them discover it and they become passionate about it. And there is a lot of work to do. Right, I took a taxi before to go to the center. We were going slowly, and all of a sudden a person crossed the road without looking, and the person was actually speaking on the phone. Luckily, my taxi driver was going slowly, so could brake. So there's a lot of distraction by the drivers, but also by pedestrians, people crossing the road without looking. Well, I believe that educating drivers and road users is paramount. Everybody is responsible for his or her adequate behaviors. Being a psychologist, however, I have to tell you that a certain percentage of distraction is actually part of our physiological way of functioning. You can't think about a human being who's never distracted. So knowing this and being aware of this, it is very important to predispose safety measures. For instance, to reduce speed. If you have a lower speed limit, you literally give people more time to process stimuli and to interact in a situation where it is necessary to change your behavior, for instance, to brake. Is it more stressful if you drive slowly or if you drive fast? It depends on the context. It depends on several factors. But in general, thinking about the way how we function, if you drive 30 kilometers an hour, it is easier. You have less information to manage and easier processes to tackle. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, let's move on. Trying to keep to the time. And now we're going to focus on 3 different countries. Trento in Italy, Bologna in Italy, Spain, and Brazil. So let's start with Spain, with Daniel Mazinger from Pontevedra, General Director for the Protection of Citizens in Pontevedra. And right there, mobility has been totally redesigned, and this has been made into a case study that is mentioned all over the world. So Daniel will speak in Spanish. Thank you very much. Good morning, and thanks to the organizers of the event. I believe I'm the only one speaking Spanish in this room, and I hope I'm not going to make your life too complicated, especially I hope I don't make the interpreter's life too complicated. I will talk about a process that started in '99 in the city of Pontevedra. That has included all the aspects that have emerged today. So Only necessary traffic, mobility to the service of the city, and not the contrary, the city to the service of mobility. This is the number one thought, also taking into due consideration the impact on safety. This is 1999, when the process was started. And here you can see Pontevedra in 2024, after the reorganization of the whole city. Please note that these are exactly the same streets that we see in this picture. Pontevedra in 1999 was grey, sad, gloomy, polluted, noisy, and it was a city where public space had one single purpose, allowing vehicle circulation. So the weakest inhabitants, the children, the elderly, the disabled, were totally excluded from public spaces. Nobody would allow a child to walk in these streets. There could be accidents, and it is difficult to cross a road on a wheelchair, or for an elderly, it is very difficult to use these spaces because, as you can see, they're dedicated exclusively to vehicles. So we had a 75% of space that was dedicated to vehicles, and only 25% of space was for pedestrians with very narrow walking areas. In 2024, the situation is the opposite, with 75% of the space for pedestrians and only 25% of the space for vehicles. No pollution. No pollution of the air, no acoustic pollution. Space is accessible to everybody. And if you have a disability, you can use your own means of transport in these spaces. It is a safe city. We have no victims of traffic accidents. And it is a city for everybody. It is not just a city for car drivers. It is a city for children. It is a city for everybody. And being for everybody, public spaces acquire a new function. They're not just spaces to drive your car. With several plural uses, you can organize a concert. Of course, you can use your car as well, but you can also go on foot and play chess. As far as road safety is concerned, prior to 1999, Pontevedra had a very high number of serious accidents. Today, we have 416 victims of car accidents or wounded individuals receiving immediate hospital care within 24 hours. What about deaths? Well, in 1999, we had more than 5, 6, 9 accidents, lethal accidents. In 2011, as you can see, there are no deaths. And this is something that must be reported in statistics. It is an area of road police, but it is also a matter of public administration. And here we have the limit of 50 kilometers an hour. The whole city is a 30 kilometers an hour zone. And starting from 2011, we haven't had any deaths. Regarding the economic advantages of this transformation, we can claim that according to the Urban Observatory, and the person you see in this picture is a professor at the University of Vigo, and our Councillor is in the picture as well. So the situation has been analyzed, And Pontevedra today has the youngest population, the best educated population in the Galizia area, with the positive evolution in terms of unemployment, enterprise funding, and it is the city with the highest social cohesion in our region. We have a record number of foreign workers and a record number of people working, of employed people. The cost of rents has gone up to a lesser extent compared to other cities. So what happened? How comes we have become such a beautiful city from the sad, gloomy, grey city Pontevedra was before? Well, first of all, streets have been brought back to their original function. Streets are not motorways. There are spaces for living together, for socializing, for meeting people, for getting to know people. Of course, also to move on foot, by car, but in a reduced way. So the car is no longer the protagonist of the street. It may be a guest. And this is the evolution of accidents in urban roads on the left and motorways on the right. We have a reduction by 11% of deaths in this 10-year period on the left. On the right, you can see that as far as roads or motorways are concerned, the reduction amounts to 42%. In the light blue, you can see the seriously wounded ones that has also decreased. Actually, in Spain, streets are sometimes used as if they were motorways. But this is not correct, because if you give the same medicine for different diseases, it doesn't work. It is not one size fits all. And this has been demonstrated by the statistical data. So if we want to recover a city so that it becomes more favorable to people, if you want a city where everybody can live, where you're not excluded, then you have to free public spaces. 75% of public space that was occupied by cars before is now dedicated to the people. It has been given back to people. And managing traffic is a key element in all this. There are trends. So the more a city is congested, the more we build new roads and parking places, and this means that spaces fill up because the request of public spaces by cars and vehicles increases. More vehicles needing more space that must be dedicated to vehicles. We all know this. In many cities, in the last few years, measures have been undertaken to reduce traffic. There are some entry tolls, forbidden areas, depending on the numbers of your car plate, payment parking places, different underground or above the ground mobility ways. Some things worked, others did not work. So our focus is completely different from this. I mean, we have focused on public space. Here you can see the two aspects of the very same street, before and after. So we have tried to give back the space to pedestrians, getting rid of vehicles. But how was this possible, and why did we do it?
So in this city with so much traffic, the only focus was car drivers. All other people were excluded, elderly people, children, bicycles, all these figures were excluded, but they also represent the city. So the key is to build a city measured based on the characteristics of all these people. So that's why we use this slogan, 880 cities, meaning cities for children 8 years old and for elderly people. So we should also think about children. We reconstructed the city based on the theories of Francesco Tonucci, who wrote the book The City of Children. And he says that children have the right to play. And that is a fundamental right because it has an impact on the psychological development of children. And the city should adapt its spaces so that children can play in urban areas without being continuously watched by parents. So it is the society which does something for children. And then the immune system of people is developed during the infancy and the adolescence. And this has to do with these three words: food, movement, and quality of the air. Well, administrations should be aware about that and control the quality of the air and dedicate to children the appropriate spaces so that they can move and play. And the food, well, that is something that parents should think about. Here we have the picture of the same road. How was it possible to recover so much space? Well, all the cars that you see on the left, well, circulation was forbidden thanks to so-called unique platforms. What are these unique platforms? Well, first of all, the speed should be very low. 30 kilometers in 2010. And here maximum speed is 10 kilometers per hour. If there are people moving around, well, people should have the same speed as pedestrians. And the priority is the priority of people. If there are children playing, the car should wait for the children to move away, and the car cannot get too close because there is a complete different viewpoint in terms of priorities. And disabled people are also favored. There are no different levels, there are no steps, and everybody can go around, also disabled people. And then there are spaces of multiple use, as we call them. You can speak with the other people. You can use this space for cultural objectives or sport objectives. But this only if we obtain the situation that we see on the right. Well, these are also what we call democratic spaces. Earlier on, the only user was the car driver. Well, now we have spaces that can be used by everybody. So these spaces guarantee equality and equity. And then these spaces create cohesion, create relationships. And then it is not possible to stop and park with exception of authorized vehicles. So Pontevedra is not a car without cars, but it is a limited traffic city. Another way to reduce the spaces for cars is to enlarge pavements and reduce the lanes. This is a national road which earlier on had 2 different lanes in 2 different directions with side parking spaces. Well, this has completely changed. Well, you can stop for a minute just to let a person get out of the car, and now we have much more space for people and not for cars. Well, after recovering all that space for pedestrians, we know that there is much other space in the city, and so we have to understand what is the traffic circulating in the city. There is so-called transit traffic going from one place to the other, and this produces noise, pollution, and no other benefit. And then there is another type of traffic, caused by the search for parking spaces. So when we go to cities, we all want to find a parking space. And so what happens, you continue to go around because you cannot find a parking space, and in this way you create congestions. And then there is so-called destination traffic, which is necessary so that the city can function. Well, it is the only traffic worth having, while the other 2 types of traffic should be removed. Well, we completely broke expectations. You know, normally if we can implement these loops, the driver won't be able to go across the city, as we can see in the picture on the right. And you can go straight, you have to go first right and then left, and the driver will waste more time and money in this way rather than taking a motorway or a road around the city. And then we established a limit to the parking time. We said it should be no more than 15 minutes, because 15 minutes is enough to complete this destination traffic. I'm referring to people bringing their cars to their boxes, or a car used to drive a disabled or old person to their home. So this is the so-called destination traffic, and for this 15 minutes is enough. So people should know that there is this time limit and won't be able to park there for more than 15 minutes. However, we cannot abandon citizens because we have city centers. You see the parking space where you can leave your car, and then there is the city center. You can park in the parking space here, or in the area just around the city center. This is a typical example of a parking space very close to the city. So just in 10 minutes walking, you can get to the city. And then we have destination traffic related to those activities which are necessary for the city. We have various services, emergency services, delivery of things, hotels, transport authorized vehicles, and so on and so forth. However, we had a doubt about the extent of this traffic. In the end, we saw that it is not so big and it is compatible with the various uses of the road. After reducing traffic, well, we saw that here we reduced the parking space, and we see the red area and the wider area. So after recovering this space, we had the need to reduce speed. But that should not be left to the decisions of drivers, because signs are not enough, as we heard this morning. So we have to have a situation where you cannot go more than 30 kilometers. So we implemented 30 kilometers area, with the exception of so-called coexistence areas, where you have to go 10 kilometers per hour. Well, we have studied the various data, and we know that 30% of fatal accidents are caused by excessive speed. And we have all these data related to the relationship between speed and mortality. This study was carried out in 2010, and we need to have a piece of law, because otherwise you cannot implement this limitation. Another technique is that of bringing a lot of people to these areas, because in such a situation nobody can drive a car. You cannot roll over people. And so we try to have more people along the roads. And then we removed traffic lights. Traffic lights are used to regulate traffic, and pedestrians and bicycles we are considered as obstacles. In this case, the pedestrians have the priority, and those which have to wait are the cars. There are many pedestrian passages. Cars need to go slower and slower. Here we see a road, 30 kilometers limit. This is the shape before, 2 lanes, and you see the parking spaces. You see that here the speed was not 30. Well, we removed a lane. We put these humps, and the direction of the parking space is completely different. And before adopting these measures, the average speed was 50 kilometers, and 1.4 of drivers respected the limit of 30 kilometers, and we had speeds as high as 90 kilometers. After that, average speed was 27, and 67% of drivers respect the 30 kilometers limitation. Here we see the main element. These are humps, which are used to guarantee access to everybody. well, disabled people, for example, have no difficulties because we have the pavement at the same level as the road. Another advantage is that if you don't respect the speed limit, clearly the car sort of jumps and can be damaged. This is the access road to the city. You see the hump, and you see another hump here. The first has all these figures, and many people did not respect the speed limit. But then after 100 meters, there is another hump. And here we have roundabouts, which also reduce speed. In rural roads, you cannot go beyond 30 kilometers. And there is also the possibility of reducing speed to 20 if there are no pavements and if there is no good visibility. And we can have even 10 kilometers speed when there are no pavements at all. But then there are other situations. It's important to work on the culture by means of information, education. Here we see the data about wounded people, 2011, 2022. The level of severity, well, we also studied accidents with cyclists. And this is the list of awards received by Pontevedra. So, while we get ready to be connected with Valentino Oriola, I would like to say that your strategy has been very courageous. Well, to apply this in Italy would not be easy. Naples, but also Trento, big cities, I mean. Imagine to create such a city in Italy. Very difficult. How many inhabitants do you have? 85,000 inhabitants. It's a small city in a flat area, very compact, and about courage. Well, it's important to underline that because it is really essential. It's absolutely important for this process of transformation. No, it's the key, because people are afraid of losing their popularity, and so that's the key. And the reaction of drivers, well, it was a mix of different reactions. Well, at the beginning, people were a bit afraid. Not only drivers, but also shops, for example, and residents. But we try to be very smart with the application. So the elections were won in July, and in August we said, okay, we will close this area to traffic. So we started with a physical transformation, and in just 2 years' time, we obtained this first result. And then in the 2 successive years, citizens were able to see what had been achieved. So the mayor in 1999 won 7 consecutive elections, and he continues to be elected. So every 4 years, well, citizens vote for that person. Pontevedra is not a left-hand city. Let's say that the party of the mayor takes about 4,000 votes. It is a left party, while the PPE takes 14,000, 16,000 votes. But in the municipal elections, it is the mayor who receives 17,000 votes, and they come from the right. Why so? Because people are happy about this change. What about public transport? Well, Pontevedra is a small city where you can walk in just half an hour and you cross the city, and public transport is not so important, really.
So, of course, it needs to be very frequent because otherwise you go on foot. Anyhow, we have been working with extra urban public transport, and things are improving. But this is a more complex debate. The municipality of Pontevedra, the city is 6 square kilometers and the municipality is 118 square kilometers. So it is an area which is not very densely populated outside. So public transport is not profitable. You can't have a public transport service, say, with a bus every hour with one single passenger. There is a possibility of calling a taxi through a central organization, and the fee is similar to that of a bus transport, seems. So thank you very much to Daniel Massenil, General Director of Citizens Protection of the Pontevedra Municipality. Let's now connect with Cesena. Good morning, Councillor. Good morning. We apologize for the delay. So, Valentino Rioli, Councillor for Mobility in Bologna. We were expecting her here with us in person, but unfortunately, due to the present floods in the Emilia-Romagna region, the Councillor remained in Cesena. Can you hear me, Councillor Orioli? I can hear you, and I've also shared my screen. Actually, I managed to get to Bologna, but I would have never managed to get to Trento on time because trains started circulating again early this morning. So I apologize for not being there in person, but it was really impossible. We're very close to you and all your citizens, as this applause demonstrates. So the first 6 months of Bologna as a 30-kilometer-an-hour limit city, how did it work? We know that there have been a lot of debates, polemics, a lot of anger, strikes, fines. How is the situation now? Well, to be honest, there have been fewer fines and fewer issues than one could have expected. I have a short presentation, and if you like, I can quickly go through it. It is to talk about the 30-kilometer-an-hour city and to stress 2 points, also in relation to what I've heard so far. The first is mobility as one of the fundamental elements of the city of Bologna, which is an interchange city. It is a medium-sized city with almost metropolitan figures. So working on mobility in Bologna is very important right now, because it is one of the sources of vitality of our city. So in 2019, we adopted a metropolitan PUMS, and we decided to have an approach to streets and roads as a shared space. So not as a place for cars only, but as a place where different users can coexist, including fragile ones, in safety and with a certain degree of well-being. I have heard a presentation about this, which was extremely interesting. So in our mandate, we have been able to realize that one of the most important aspects is road safety. We really need to start from road safety. I've got the statistical data of 2023 because we should never forget that we're talking about 8 deaths per day on urban streets predominantly, and Bologna is no exception. So we have decided to reduce the speed because reducing the speed is the pre-requirement to reduce the seriousness of accidents, to allow people to have a longer reaction time when in danger, and to reduce the multiplying effect of speed on distraction, which is another big cause of accidents. So this is why we conceived a slower city. This has advantages, as we've heard before, not only in terms of fewer accidents, but also in terms of well-being, because it is not so noisy. There's more active mobility, more sociality, and so on and so forth. The example of Pontevedra doesn't need any further comment. It speaks for itself. So we have built this project for a 30-kilometer-an-hour city. Enforcing new rules on circulation and traffic in a city is a necessity, but we've got 3 other groups of ingredients which are just as important. The cultural development through communication, education, talking to citizens, informing them. We've seen that Pontevedra started in 1999, and we have seen the comparison between 99 and 24, so it is an itinerary. Then, of course, you need checks and controls, because if you have new rules, you must check that these new rules are complied with. You need to monitor the situation. And then you have to transform space. And together with all this, you have monitoring in general of the results. So this is the project for the rules, a big change for Bologna, because the whole city surrounded by the ring area has a limit of 30 kilometers with a network at 50 kilometers. The change occurred in July 23, and we started checking in January 24. So we gave our citizens a pretty long adaptation time. That was the time of all the polemics you were talking about. In the first 6 months since we started checking, we have observed a decrease in accidents. These are the data registered by the municipality. And we're talking about only 6 months, so the statistical value is relative. But they give us an idea of what is happening. So fewer accidents. The existing accidents are less serious. There is a growing trend in terms of bike sharing, bicycles and buses used to move in the city. More traffic wardens and very few fines, because of course we advise the people that there will be a speed check, so most of the people slow down. But there are many fines given because of the wrong habits we tend to have as drivers, as bikers as well, or people riding a bicycle. So the presence of traffic wardens is a way to disseminate safety and to communicate about appropriate road behavior, certainly not to cash in, because 1,600 fines in 6 months do not affect our budget. Another important data is summarized in the slide, and it pertains to the change of space. So the 30 limit was supported with investments for 24 million euro for pedestrian areas, cycle paths and public areas requalification. And we are investing about 1 billion euro for public transport, with 2 new tramways that are being built. So we will go on with these measures because the true challenge is that of changing public spaces so that they're more suitable for the coexistence of different users. A coexistence that requires more slowness, But of course, these places must be requalified. They must be made more pleasant so that people choose to go on foot or by bike as much as possible. Because in cities, you cover very short distances. And especially in Bologna, which is a flat city with a strong cycling tradition and with suitable spaces for active mobility. So we have undertaken many measures, new sign posts that reduce space for cars that therefore drive more slowly. And these are quick measures for a large city. This is very important that you can quickly deploy all these measures. So here you can see that from 212 kilometers, we have reached 240 kilometers. This is our cycle path in the city. And regarding signing measures, we also improve our green areas, trying to provide an integrated vision. So it is not just mobility, but it is also the introduction of small areas. If you want to stop, we're increasing the green also to improve the soil and improve our environment. This is what we've done also in an area of our old town, with the purpose of slowing down, expanding pedestrian areas, have orderly flows, increase the number of trees and green areas. This is Porta Mascarella, the access to the old town. We're working very hard, since we believe that this is a cultural evolution. We're working very hard with the Council for School Mobility, with the involvement of representatives of the different neighborhoods and other specialties, for a total of more than 300 schools. So we start with an evaluation of the area surrounding the schools, but we also collect citizens' comments. More and more citizens ask for greater safety, road safety. Then maybe they're not happy when they say the limit is 30, but the demand for safety is very, very strong. Many schools in Bologna have reactivated with our support their activities, including the pedibus and other projects to go to school independently, autonomously. Then we also map the accidents in the areas around schools, and we propose projects viewing mobility as our school offer. So this is what we've been doing with a lot of commitment together with Councillor for Schools and Education. And we have also undertaken micro measures locally at schools to have more space around the schools, safe space. This is a standard measure, which is a raised street platform where there are two school entrances. But we also organize structural measures with tactic urban planning. Here also students have contributed to this measure. They painted the space on the road, and we also enact permanent measures providing trees, green areas, play areas. And this is the result with the refurbishment of the school as well, making use of the PNRR funds. Other examples, before and after shots. This is very important to bring change. We're spending a lot of money also for fast mass transport with the tramways. If you go on our website, you will find all this, and you will see that our tramways that have been presented as a project that had the purpose of slowing down is being enacted with many building areas crossing the city with the green and the red lines. And these streets are transforming as well with the purpose of channeling the different spaces for different mobility modes with safety measures at crossings, with the purpose of making public spaces more accessible and shared amongst different users. More examples of our new road organization. To conclude, this is what we're doing, and it is true. The data are positive and encouraging, but what we're really doing is to propose the 30 limit, not as a limit, but as a vision requiring an integrated approach, a big challenge also for the public administration, since it means to work across different sectors, maintenance, green areas, mobility, police, local schools. And this complexity requires different small and large operations, which are the different parts of a mosaic, and schools are at the center of the mosaic. Thank you very much. What about the opposition? What do they think about this change? Well, the change has been viewed as a provocation. I mean, everybody thinks we ask people to give up their cars, and this is viewed as a limitation to personal freedom, but we do not ask people to give up their cars. And Bologna is already one of the cities of this kind with the lowest motorization level. We have good public transport and many alternatives, but we know that a lot of movement is undertaken in Bologna by car, even if it is very short, and we believe that we can improve this. So we're just trying to make use of all opportunities that we can offer to our citizens. And I try to keep my story at a non-ideological level, because it is a proposal for quality of life. And this is how I would like people to perceive it. It is not a political battle or challenge. To conclude, since you are the mobility councillor of a big city, which is important also in economic terms, Bologna plays an important role in terms of the landscape, tourism, ecology, I mean, and you've got the Motor Valley in Bologna. So do you think that something like Ponte di Vedra is possible in Italy? Or is this just a dream? Well, one thing that strikes me of Ponte di Vedra is the duration of the vision. They started in '99, and now it is the year 2024. What is difficult in Italy, because of our political system, is to keep a project going for such a long period of time, independent of the size of the city. And on top of that, we have to say that it is a smaller city, smaller than Bologna. But I believe that the main issue is the duration of the project. Politicians must understand that if we want to achieve sustainability, we need to have a medium, long-term vision and be consistent and humble enough to consistently pursue such a vision. Otherwise, you cannot change things. Thank you very much, and all the best to Emilia-Romagna. Thank you. Right. Thank you very much to Mobility Councillor Valentina Oriola. Let's now leave the floor to Ezio Facchin, Councillor for Mobility of the Trento Municipality.
Vedo che ha ascoltato con attenzione, preso un sacco di appunti. Trento come Pontevedra, facciamo un annuncio? No. Sarebbe lo scoop del giorno.
So, Trento like Pontevedra? Well, first of all, many thanks to Unipolis for the quality of this event. So we have topics which are very hot topics, but we see that they have been proposed in a very responsible way with examples and evaluations which lead us to take account of all these experiences. Now, I would like to start from this slide. Well, The city of Trento has many recognitions in terms of quality of life, environment, etc. So I think it's positive, of course. However, we need also to understand the characteristics of this city. A city which is pretty difficult because we have a flat area which makes up 18% of the territory, with 65% of the population, 23% hills, and mountain 57%. So to have mobility in such a situation is pretty difficult. So the territory is heterogeneous. So in the valley, there are problems which are not well represented because the population density is the same as Bologna. But we don't have the structures and the structures that are present in Bologna. And then we see the effect of traffic, and we know that it is difficult to tackle the issue of quality of life and safety without assessing first the problems that have to be tackled. Well, we have a city which is 100 inhabitants. We have about 320 units per day, with a rate of occupation which is 1.3. So these are the input data. And then there is the issue of aging of the population, and so we have to wonder about the social situation and possible future problems. Because we have to look at the aging index of the population. In 2023, we devised the urban plan for sustainability, considering this situation. And from 2010 until today, we increased car mobility by 6%. So motorization has increased. So we need to do something because in such a situation that we will have an increase in number of congestions. So how can we get the changes? Well, I try to be fast because I know that we're pretty late. Well, you see, movements amount to 56%. So we have the conditions so that light mobility can replace car mobility. However, as I said, the city has different levels. And what we are discussing today relates to the issue of livability and safety. We have 3 casualties every month. And so we have a situation which is pretty similar to that of other countries in Europe. So what shall we do? There are 2 different approaches, an approach which relates to infrastructure and an approach which relates to management. So we try to favor public transport. The city is 14 kilometers long and 1 kilometer large, so it's not Pontevedra. It is extremely scattered, above all in terms of length. We're trying to see how light mobility can be developed and how can public transport be used as an instrument to limit private mobility. This is the situation of our city. 14 kilometers from north to the south, with a height difference of 250 meters. Also, in terms of energy consumption, well, the situation is really difficult because having hundreds of buses every day going from the hill to the valley bottom, well, that means to spend a lot of money in energy and also in pollution. And then the city has access routes which are historical routes. So the coexistence of public transport and private transport is really a limitation. So this is perhaps the most difficult aspect. And we're trying to strengthen the north-south axis of the city. And then we have the periphery of the city, where we want to promote public transport in order to try and reduce the number of cities which go, the number of cars going to the city center. In terms of infrastructure, we are trying to develop a vision towards a livable city in order also to reduce the speed. Well, the presentation about Pontevedra was very interesting, with the 880 slogan, that is children and elderly people, and then the notion of 30 kilometers areas. I think that these elements are very helpful. And here we see the new bus station and the cableways which should connect the 2 areas of the river and then go up to the mountain, and then the area moving from the city center to a parking area. Well, this can help us look at the future in a different way. This is the railway with the underground railway which will be built. we will have a tramway going from the north to the south in order to cover those 14 kilometers. So this is a long-term project, of course. In terms of short-term projects, we have so-called on-call buses, which can help us cover low-demand areas, and also night services. With reference to the hills, we have a big problem in the eastern part, where we have a university faculty, and where we have buses which have to drive along very small roads. So now we want to build a sort of a lift going up to the university, and then a cycling network, and we're trying to give answers to this problem. And then we have just developed a project in order to reduce the congestion of the city center of the city and connect it with a peripheral area. And then we are working on this project, which is called Roads Where to Live. These are the results related also to the participation of citizens. And we will try to introduce this notion of 30 kilometers road. So we want to have a gradual approach to 30 kilometers roads. So we have to be very practical. Now we move to Brazil, where we should have Luis Otávio Marel Miranda, official of the Department of Traffic, State of Pará, Brazil. Luis Octavio Miranda is an official of the Department of Traffic, State of Pará in Brazil, and she will present the results of the project on road safety supported by the UN fund. The floor to you.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Ok, va benissimo, parli pure.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Greeting from Brasilia, capital city, Brazil. I would like to thank Fondazione Unipolis, the United Nations Road Safety Fund, and all the partners for these opportunities and the invitation to participate in City Flow 2024. My name is Luis Miranda. I'm advisor of the Traffic Department of State of Pará in Brazil. The United Nations Road Safety Fund, launched in 2018 by the United Nations Secretary-General Special Envoy for Road Safety, is a United Nations fund solely dedicated to mobilizing, coordinating, and distributing financial resources to support the government action toward the achievement the Sustainable Development Goal 3.6 target to reduce on the road traffic death by 50% and in line with the target of the second decade of action 2021-2030. Next, thank you. In this slide, a brief overview of Brazil and the state of Pará. In Brazil, there are 27 states, 27 traffic department. Traffic department, acronym DETRAN. This is acronym in Brazil, DETRAN. Traffic departments are responsible for vehicle registration and the issue of driving license in Brazil. We have a national traffic code, federal law, and that regulates the road traffic organization at the three levels of government: federal, state, and municipal. The national coordinator is by the National Traffic Secretariat of the Ministry of Transport. Next, please. Okay, these are the objectives of the project. The project was the first Brazilian United Nations Road Safety Fund project. The project started in 2020 and ended in 2022. Next, please. This slide, the project has provided an unprecedented and significant cultural change in the conduct and the practices of traffic officers by the Pará. And of course, in the institutional vision of the department. The principles and the method implemented and consolidated in the enforcement activities include the identification of the traffic officers and the instruction given by them. These two principles are in the 1968 Convention on Road Traffic. The concept of high visibility enforcement, HVE, from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, NHTSA, the United States of America. And 2 traffic officers per vehicle stopped, and strategic planning and publicity to increase the general and the specific deterrence. Next, please. As a result impact in sustainability, we can highlight the following points. Next, please. In this slide, despite the COVID-19 pandemic, in 2020, we successfully carried out the activities of the project. 2021 is a milestone that definitively consolidates the cultural and institutional change at the Pará with the reorganization of practices and planning of enforcement activities. And the counterpart of the Pará prioritized traffic enforcement operations through investment in financial resources. In addition, the government of state of Pará held a public selection process for more 59 new traffic officers in 2021. 2021 also is the year of the revision of the multi-annual planning of the government state of Pará, 2020-2043. 4 years is revised, which indicated a significant increase in the enforcement operation, as you can see in this slide. This revised target in 2021 to 2022, as you can see, will be included in the next multi-annual planning, 2024-2027, recently approved by the state parliament. Next, please. In this slide, here is a summary of another counterpart of the Pará from 2020 to 2023, budget and expenditure. We had planned $3.4 million in 2020 In 2021, this amount referred to the priorities of the Trento for traffic enforcement activities. The financial results achieved in 2022, $12.2 million, justify the need to increase the budget in 2023 from $4.5 million to $8.2 million. These changes are ensured in the new multi-annual plan 2024-2027. Next, please. One more. Thank you. Here, this first effect of the change in the speed enforcement practices can be seen in this slide. With the increase in number of violations from 2020 to 2021 and to 2022. We started using portable speed camera in 2020. We only had 2 units in 2020. The project made it possible to obtain 2 more. And today we have 11 devices. In addition to this effort, the government of state of Pará launched the Sentinela project in July 2021. Sentinela project is a system that consists of fixed speed camera that record speeding and the other violations, as well as supporting police activities, public security forces in the state of Pará. As you can see, the result of the first year, 2021, and the subsequent years of Sentinela project can probably be attributed to the introduction of the speed cameras. We are investigating and studying now. We have no study so far. The data for 2024 is preliminary and it has been recorded up to July this year. Next, please. In 2021, we implemented the largest number of fixed speed camera, as you can see, 149 devices. They are located in the eastern region of the state of Pará, where around the 90% of the flow of occurs and which has the main network of highways, state and federal highways, connected the state of Pará to the other states in the country. This year, we are planning to expand the monitoring to other regions of the state. Next, please. The operational basis of the Sentinela project, as you can see in these pictures, is in Belém, capital city, at the Trento Pará headquarters. The picture left is 2021, and the picture right is 2023. Currently, we have 248 devices, fixed speed camera, in 52 cities. There are 359 traffic officers, only the Trento Pará. And approximately 200 military police officers, which added to the effort of the Trento Pará to ensure that the road traffic enforcement operations should be carried out in all cities of state, 144 cities, according to the multi-annual planning. Next, please. The project had a significant impact on the 2 main indicators, death per 100,000 population and death per 10,000 vehicles. 2023, as you can see, that data is still preliminary. In addition to these indicators, The confidence level of the traffic office has increased from 60% before the project into 2019 to 100% in enforcement operation. This result was highlighted in this picture. As you can see, in the 2022 United Nations publication, The Road Ahead, by the former UNECE Executive Secretary, Mrs. Olga Algoyerova. Next, please. Finally, we would like to highlight the work of two great leaders, traffic officers. Maria, picture, and the Caetano, traffic officer, picture right, who led the transformation of the culture and the paradigm shift in the enforcement activities. Maria, picture left, represented the equity and empowerment of the female traffic officer of the Trampará. We have 75 female traffic officer, 20% approximately of the total. Next, please. In conclusion, training and the capacity building for traffic officers should be in accordance with evidence-based best practice, and they consider this recommendation of the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 74/299/2020. Second one, enforcement operations should be high visible, high frequent, based on qualified data analysis, and of course, widely publicized. And last one, the project is a reference for other Brazilian states, Latin American, Caribbean, Portuguese-speaking, and the other countries. And finally, we would like to thank the United Nations Road Safety Fund, the partner and donor, especially Fondazione Unipolis, who made this project possible with all the change, impact, and sustainability. Next, please. This is a reference. Next, please. Thanks for your attention.
Molto interessante, grazie a Luis Ottavio.
Very interesting. Thank you very much, Luis Otavio Marcial Miranda, connected from Brasilia in Brazil, official of the Department of Traffic in Pará, Brazil. We're now getting to the conclusion of our appointment organized by Unipolis. We now have to connect with Brussels with the Commission to listen to the European voice by Claire Dupre. Are you listening to us? Are you hearing us? Claire Dupre is head of road safety in the General Direction Mobility and Transport of the European Commission. Thank you very much for being with us. Right. Also in Brussels, we now have a new European Commission that took over a few days ago, headed by Ursula von der Leyen. Raffaele Fitto is representing our country amongst the vice presidents of the Commission. So can we draw the conclusions, Mrs. Dupre, of what we have heard so far? So we have been talking about city flows for safer, healthier cities with the 30-kilometer-an-hour limit. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the Unipolis Foundation, the European Road Safety Council, the city of Trento. Thank you very much for organizing this event within the framework of the Mobility Week. European Mobility Week. You have debated a very sensitive topic. I mean, when we talk about speed, there's so many conflicts, and for sure, it has been a difficult task to organize this day. But the day started talking about a divisive topic. I really do hope that after this event, the topic is no longer divisive. Because when we leave our homes, when we go out, when we go to school, when we go to work, where we go anywhere in a city and outside the city as well, we should not fear for our life. Quite the contrary, we want and we need to fully live our cities. We want to fulfill these projects and we want to go on dreaming. And safety is part of all this. It is a fundamental factor to be able to enjoy all the possibilities we have in our life. I've been working for more than 20 years in the European Commission, so I'm no longer that young, always in the same general direction that focuses on transports and mobilities. For a while, I was responsible for urban mobility, digitization, emissions due to mobility, and since 3 years, I've been responsible for road safety. And in all these years, I never managed to change the field. I've seen many young people in your room, so I would like to tell them, please do not neglect transports, because this is an extremely interesting topic and you can do so many things that have a direct impact on our life. So grab this opportunity. This is something really interesting. I would also like to celebrate what has been done in Bologna, what has been done in Trento, and I hope that in the future more and more Italian cities will be able to do something similar, which means interacting in a dialogue which is not always simple with the citizens to decide together how we can achieve a better quality of life in our cities, to tackle the problems and to choose together the possible solutions. We promote projects for sustainable urban mobility at European level, and I've been doing this for many, many years. And I have realized that most likely we have not promoted this enough as far as the safety aspect is concerned. So there will be significant developments, there will be significant initiatives, and I recognize and acknowledge that it is necessary to integrate road safety in these plans, even though this is not easy. We need a lot of common sense, a lot of courage, as we've heard in the morning, a lot of patience, because rarely when a decision is made do you achieve consensus and unanimous agreement. And there are many different factors that must be taken into due consideration. Economic and social factors, air quality, safety of citizens. We've seen this today through the different presentations. One single measure alone rarely produces the desired effect. So a complex issue that must be tackled from its multiple facets, but when decisions are made, the impact can be highly significant. I do not want to list all the positive aspects of a reduction in vehicle mobility. The speed, 30 kilometers an hour, is something that all speakers today have clearly acknowledged as a positive factor. But I would like to stress 2 points. So many lives saved. The lower degree of seriousness of the accidents, a different way of moving, a different way of organizing city flows. This morning, all the advantages have been identified that can derive from a reduction of speed when we talk about air quality, for instance. I live in Brussels. I've been living here for several years, and the quality of air really has a significant impact on citizens' health. We should not fear, I believe, the impact, a negative impact on CO2 emissions. I believe that by reducing speed and by managing traffic in a more intelligent way, since today we have technology that helps us manage traffic in a more reasonable and intelligent way, so all this will lead to mitigation of the very minor negative effects in terms of CO2 emissions, and the same is true also for congestion. We have heard this clearly this morning. This measure does not affect negatively the duration of the journey. I would like to add to what Antonio Enzo told us in the morning, that zero emissions and zero deaths are not two opposed targets, quite the contrary. And I recognize that probably at European level we have not been that clear in stating this, in claiming that road safety is also a tool that can be used towards zero emissions. When we give safety to vulnerable users, we for sure promote a softer mobility that is for sure safer as well. Let me get back to all these benefits. I mean, if there are all these benefits, why are we still here debating this measure? Still today, this is a divisive topic because everybody fears change. That's the number one reason. And I'm saying this very clearly also as a driver in Brussels. When this measure was introduced, I thought, oh my God, what does that mean? We all fear negative consequences. We fear negative consequences for ourselves, my short journey, my small movements, you know, and we have some difficulties in imagining the potential of such a measure. So let me share the experience I've made in Brussels. Brussels used to be a traditionally organized city for cars, which does not mean that we now do not allow cars in the city, but we have changed the organization of flows, and we have become a city for everybody, and everybody's city. Less gray. And like Federica Biasoni told us before, our city is again a stimulus for a safer mobility, and a place for meeting, the place of an economic recovery. The different quarters of the city are much livelier now. There's much more public activity ever since we managed to reduce traffic. Some neighborhoods have been reborn, and now they're open to everybody, with different types of citizens, young, old. They can mix much better with a much more positive effect. So, as I told you before, data confirm this. And you can also perceive it, you can also see it with your very eyes. And many colleagues who left Brussels and came back after some years have really remarked such changes. So you've heard many data today, but of all these data, there is one data set that has not been sufficiently explored, and I would like to go back to that because it gives us the prospect and the idea of how urgent all these measures are. At European level, if you put together all the data of the member states, we can see that between 2012 and 2021, in 9 years, more than 10,000 children and youngsters died.
Well, you may ask, was it in the cities only? Well, 12% of that figure, not only in urban areas, but around the schools. So there is urgency, because we cannot accept that. Life is life, but the life of children is something even more important. Well, this morning we spoke about the various instruments related to road safety. Well, you may say that it's easy to be an EU official, but certainly we will never have the same powers of a minister, of a local councillor, or of a mayor. We don't have the task to organize the mobility of the city, because we know that it is difficult to find the right approach and introduce the right mix between incentives and obligations. Incentives are important, but also obligations are important. So together with, we as European Commission have shared competence for some areas, and based on the principle of subsidiarity, either the national authorities or the regional authorities or local authorities are responsible. So we try to accompany, to stimulate, proposing incentives or disincentives. So in terms of traffic, we don't have competencies. We cannot impose speed limits. And this despite the fact that we promote the benefits of this speed reduction. And I will try to explain the main 4 points of the action that we are trying to develop. The first point has to do with with a special fund that I call the jewel, and I hope it will become a jewel also for Italy. So we implemented a project which is a sort of road safety Erasmus project, as Antonio will know already. And the idea is that of allowing national authorities to look at the recipes which have worked in other contexts and try and find a way to replicate these actions. Shortly, we will publish a new tender with the objective of involving local authorities, regional authorities in the various states, so as to stimulate cooperation and exchange of good practices. So I hope that we will finally have Italian colleagues involved in this project. And then some months ago, we presented a package of measures about the behavior of users and a proposal about the European driving license, where we lay the emphasis on at-risk situations, discouraging the most risky actions and laying the emphasis on more vulnerable users. And then we also proposed to improve collaboration between national authorities when the users, the drivers, are subject to multiple fines, and that cooperation has the objective of implementing the rules. Another element which may be of interest for you is that we also worked with all the authorities which are working on the digitalization of driving, and it's important to spread this type of activities among drivers. And then we have the European Charter for road safety, and the award, the European award. We have the next event in November 14th of November. It will be a very interesting event for all of us. And then, taking up the role of the moderator, I have two questions for the insurance area. The first question is about data. Well, you shared a lot of data with some local authorities. And I would like to say that it is important to have your support. It's not always easy to have access to your data. Sometimes they are pretty expensive. I'm not speaking about Unipol in particular. I'm speaking about the insurance sector. So I think that there is a room of maneuver to stimulate new forms of cooperation. And then incentives, the issue of incentives. When we look at incentives, what are the incentives available? We have incentives when we are not involved in road accidents. And in Belgium, we have incentives when our vehicles have these assistance driving systems. But how could we stimulate even safer behaviors by means of contracts between the insured person and the insurance companies? Well, certainly, I think that it is possible to find new ways, and we are certainly interested in continuing our dialogue with your sector. Many thanks, Claire Depré. I have a question, a very fast question. The issue of road education. So how are you thinking about helping this? Is there a project in order to have a European plan for road education starting from primary schools? Because there is a lack of responsibility, indifference, and we run the risk of really worsening the situation. Do you have a plan? Well, this is a topic where we cannot intervene, but certainly there have been and we will continue to have initiatives within the framework of European projects. Some are taking place within the area of Erasmus+. So it's important to stimulate these courses on road safety. And then we have a program of collaboration with the national authorities. And all these measures have a cost. So, as Antonio said at the beginning, road traffic education has a cost. But that said, that's a measure, and I agree with you, which can have long-term effects. And this can be seen in some states because we have data available about new types of mobility, which is available without having a driving license. And so when we see the data related to accidents, well, we realize that the problem is not so much being able to manage the vehicle But the problem is that of understanding the rules for traffic and how to interact appropriately and respectfully, and being aware of the consequences that you may produce. Well, I was a girl myself. I just took the driving license a few years ago, and of course, abiding by the rules is important, and it's important to understand that it is not only your speed which is important, but it is the joint speed of the vehicles involved which is important. So I think that also from this viewpoint, there is a lot to do. So we need to work on education. And so if you learn when you're young, certainly that lesson will remain with you. Many thanks, Claire Depre, Chief of the Road Safety Unit of the European Commission. Now, Mattia Gottardi, Local Councillor for Energy, Transport and Urban Planning of the province of Trento. Well, we listened to all these experiences, also the viewpoint of the psychologist. So what are the results or the conclusions that we can draw? Well, if I had to draw some conclusions from the presentation this morning, I would need more than 1 hour. Because while I was trying to think about a list of the notions that have come out from the data analysis, from the presentations, from the experiences described around the world about road education, 30 kilometers per hour. Well, if I had to draw up a list, well, I would need a lot of time. At the same time, after 4.5 hours of meeting, clearly also the level of attention of those listening to us is not the same as we had this morning. So I'll try to be very brief. Well, sometimes the introduction of measures comes after an urban planning project. For example, what was done in Pontevedra in the past 20 years is the result of a specific urban planning project of the city, which cannot be necessarily applied in a territory which is different from Galicia. And I would say that at the same time, Trento flows, taking example from the title. And with reference to Paola Carrea's presentation, the data shared with us and the black boxes, well, all that gives us positive signs. And I would like to recall that the city of Trento, more than 30 years ago, started to reduce traffic in the city center, in the historical center. And the city implemented many of the policies that were mentioned today in a sort of a natural way. So the introduction of 30 kilometers speed limits, well, that cannot be the same for all the cities. Now, as a public official, I would like to complement what Richard Owen said this morning. Certainly, we need courage. We need to look beyond the perception that citizens have about a specific measure that then has an impact on many factors. Today, public officials have to do with the management of dissent rather than consensus. And it's important to share the message in a positive way. Professor Biasoni spoke about how to communicate some actions to citizens, and that is the heart of the problem of political communication. Well, if I told you now not to think about big trucks, you would immediately think about trucks. Although believing that we are rational people, we sometimes have irrational reactions. So a lot was said about the transfer of notions. She said, I don't speak about traffic, I speak about transport. And the issue of safety, which is the objective of the measures, has a sort of an impact on the word limit. So to introduce the 30-kilometer limit will not have the same impact on the psychological attitude of people as the gradual introduction of some urban plans. So also in terms of the impact of these actions on our daily life, well, we need to build a very effective storytelling. Well, thanks to this initiative, we have heard about data which go towards one direction only. All the speakers underlined that there is a win-win result, win-win for citizens, for pedestrians, for car drivers, etc. But we should also add that these measures are also related to the quality of infrastructure. Well, mortality has to do with the quality of infrastructure, nation and nation, or city by city and place by place. So we should try and make or combine these policies with other policies about how to build our cities, how to build our infrastructure. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gottardi. So we close this event organized by Fondazione Unipolis, represented by Mr. Federici and the European Transport Safety Council, with the support of the Municipality of Trento, Province of Trento, and organized with the collaboration of the Trento agency, Unipol agency. Now we have a light lunch at Sala Wolf. Thank you so much. Thank you.